And let's start the event. Can I call our chairman, Willie, to give us a few words? And we can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Badruntege. Greetings, everyone. Namaste. Habali. My name is Willie Mutenza. Right Honorable Taiwa, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Kadaga, who is joining us soon. The Councillor Ramji Mayor, the Mayor, London Borough of Harrow. All protocols observed. As I said, my name is William Mutenza. I'm a proud Ugandan. I've been living here for over 30 years. You are welcome, Honorable Betty Among, our Minister of Labour. Right Honorable Kadaga, the first Prime Minister of Uganda. As I said, we started this initiative. I just want to give, I know this business summit, but I just give a brief background of this event. We started this event about 14 years ago. I'm very happy that, and I'm honored that the people that started this initiative are all here. This initiative was started with me and Right Honorable Kadaga here. So we are the people who started this idea, and we've been pushing it and growing stronger and stronger. So for me, I don't have a presentation, but I just want to assure you, I'm also a businessman, and I'm also investing in my country, Uganda. Those who are looking at investment in Uganda, please, Uganda is now the right place to be. You can never get any return on investment anywhere besides Uganda. But most importantly, the people who are here, we have almost some of the most important people that you would want to meet when you go to invest in Uganda. And please go through the brochure, and we would love to have as much networking as possible. And we want to, by the end of today, to have signed some deals. You are welcome, and I wish you a prosperous day. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in the UK, and we have our honourable representation here from the High Commission, and I have the honour to introduce Her Excellency Nimisha Madvani, Ugandan High Commissioner to the UK and Northern Ireland. With a round of applause, please let's welcome her.
Jambo, namaste, habari, welcome. Lovely to have you all here. Lovely for me to be here for the first time as High Commissioner to this excellent event, though I have been with Mr. Mutenza in the past, as that's what we want to focus on, investment and trade. Lord Mayor, Right Honourable Thomas Tayebwa, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honourable Rebecca Kadaga, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, and my sister, an elder sister and counsel from Busoga, Kamuli, here she is, and I think she's just become a mother-in-law to the Chabazinga, so congratulations, Honourable. Honourable Dennis Hamson Abua, our Government Chief Whip, Honourable Betty Among, our Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, honourable members of Parliament. We also have with us our Director of Immigration and Citizenship, Major General Kasita Goa, and the head of our Uganda Revenue Authority, Mr. John Muzinguzi. So all of you who keep coming to the mission and complaining about tax issues, please find him. He's right here in your doorstep. And Madam Anne Mogishahu Mohaiwe from IGG's office. And King Caesar, who is right here, he's our consul for Uganda, for Vietnam. If you could please stand so people know who you are. He's a pure businessman. And Lord Mayor was the first Ugandan Asian to become a mayor in the United Kingdom. So Lord Mayor Ramji. It is my very great pleasure to welcome you all to the 13th Uganda-UK Trade and Investment Summit, which is held annually. I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Willie Mutenza and his team for organizing these incredible annual events, which bring together such distinguished business participants from the governments of Uganda, the UK, as well as the business fraternities. Please, please, let us all give him a huge round of applause. He is really dedicated. Trade between Uganda and the United Kingdom is increasing in the 4 months to end in Q1 2023. Total UK imports from Uganda were £98 million. This represents an increase of 40% of the same period in the prior. This is good news. Over the same period, the UK increased their exports to Uganda to £447 million, an increase of 84%. Is that good news for Uganda? I'm not so certain that is. There is a big trade gap and an imbalance. We want the trade between our two countries to increase, and to increase both ways. That is healthy. But it is not optimal that our trade deficit is so large and growing. But what is very, very good news is that the UK's new trade policy that effectively and competitively opens up the United Kingdom to Uganda in a way we have been asking for years. It clearly evidences that Britain sees its future now outside of Europe. It is an unambiguous statement of where it wants to see trade flows increase. It does through open up UK to other countries in Africa. We need to be serious about our ambitions. We need to compete more effectively. It is time for more than fine words. His Excellency the President, President Museveni, and our government knows that Uganda has to increase its exports. They have set ambitious targets. The government is clear. Ugandan business needs to step up to the plate. The world is not becoming any less competitive, far from it. Ugandan businesses and government, we should all work together to ensure that Uganda is not left behind. Uganda businesses are keen to export. We must add value to our products. The government knows that. But we also know that exporting into the markets like the UK is not easy. But this new trade law will assist. So this is what we are going to do as government. The government is currently in the process of ensuring that the necessary capability and capacity is available in Uganda for our companies to get the right certification to qualify for exporting to the UK. But businesses have to engage and become certified. That will cost some business money, but it should be seen as an investment long term. The government is investing to ensure that the right phytosanitary and irradiation capabilities and capacity is available in Uganda. In this investment, we are being supported by the British government and are grateful for this support. If we don't do this, exporters of fresh produce will have to pay for these essential services at the airheads in Kenya or Amsterdam. This is not cheap and impacts on the economics of our exports. You will all be aware that there are currently no direct flights between UK and Uganda. The government has realized this, and this is why President Museveni is trying hard that we get Uganda Airlines to fly directly from Entebbe to London and London to Entebbe, London and then Entebbe to Boston and Boston to Entebbe. Work is underway to address this urgently. The government of Uganda is clear that it is time to face facts and to no longer hide behind the platitudes. In short, it is time for our action, and our President Museveni and his government have put in place a program to ensure that Ugandan businesses, men and women, can at long last punch their weight in the world's market. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement adds to this opportunity. But it takes two to tango, as the old saying goes. We need businessmen and women to join with us and make this world work, and to fully leverage in the export opportunities that will come from government's new realism in public policy and investment support for exports. So we look forward to welcoming all of you to Uganda who were there and need to come back. It is heaven on earth. The weather is beautiful, no humidity, you don't have to wear coats, you don't have to run around in the freeze, you don't have to have heaters, you can just enjoy Uganda the way it is. The mission now, Uganda High Commission in London, we now issue visas within 2 or 3 working days once your application process is done online. And Major General Kasita Goa is right here, and he can verify what I say to you. And they're very, very, very efficient. So Karibu Uganda, welcome, thank you everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the London Borough of Harrow, we have the Lord Mayor in our midst, and he is going to give us a few remarks. Let's welcome Councillor Ramji Chauhan.
Thank you very much. Namaste, morning everybody, and it's a great pleasure to be here to stand in front of you for the first time as the Mayor of the London Borough of Harrow, the first Ugandan, I should say born, who came here in 1970 as a young boy, and now I stand here as a mayor, as an immigrant. My name is Councillor Ramji Chauhan. I was born in Kampala, Uganda, in October 1964. In the 1970s, when then the leader of the country was seeking to remove Asians from the country, I was evacuated with my father, mother, 2 brothers, 2 sisters to Britain, where we were welcomed. I stand here as a Ugandan refugee survivor, who in the 1970s, when then the leader of the country was seeking, I was sent to the UK, and not just that, our late Queen Elizabeth II, and now the King Charles III, reigns this country. I was elected, or shall I say, I was educated in a normal state school and went to college. I'm a Hindu, married, and have 2 sons. I was elected in 2010 as a councillor for the London Borough of Harrow, in the Harrow Weald Ward, which is the north side of Harrow. Being a councillor for the London Borough of Harrow, in which capacity I have already been for 14 years. I take a close interest in the ward and represent which a large area of green belt and common land at the north part. I have been a parent governor for the school of HN High School and Glebe Primary School in Harrow since 2006 to 2021. I sit on various bodies listening to discussions within the council, especially the overview and scrutiny, for several years. I have always been keen on maintaining the traditions of which this country has many worth ones. I have been attracted to the City of London, especially, and have met others who have the same values and quality of standards displayed here. I received the freedom of the City of London in 2018, and then joined a livery company, the worshipful company of the gold, silver, wire drawers. Hence my interest in becoming a freeman and a liveryman. My role as a councillor takes up most of my time, going to various committees and representing outside bodies as well. Also council meetings. Councillors always have to deal with issues, concerns raised by residents, and seek an appropriate action from the council. I am honoured that I am the Mayor of the London Borough of Harrow, representing the King as a Ugandan. For this country, a survivor, a person who has given life and services to the community and to others to ensure that everyone lives and works in harmony for the goodness of humanity. I would like to say thank you, conference, for inviting me to be here to say a few words on my life in the society and all Ugandans we can do and what we can provide the world is trade and exchange businesses. Thank you, conference.
I would like to welcome our Deputy Speaker, Honorable Taiwo, to come and give us a few words.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, and the founder member of this very important platform. The Government Chief Whip, the Honorable Amson Obua, the Honorable Minister Betty Amongi, my sister Minister for Gender, the Mayor, Your Excellency, the High Commissioner, fellow participants. Mine is just very simple. Number one, to thank you for inviting me. Number two, to inform you that our attendance as a high-level delegation from the government of Uganda is a testament to the good work done by Wire and the group and the High Commission in organizing such a very important event in the calendar of our country. But it is also to show you that we take things very seriously on our side, and we are committed as a government to open the potential of our country. A country of 45 million people estimated, a country that fits within a market of an estimated 300 million people, African community, and over 400 million people in the COMESA, and of course a country that does fit in an arrangement where by 2050 we estimate that more than a quarter of the world population will be in Africa. So if you are ignoring Africa, if you are ignoring East Africa, if you're ignoring Uganda, then you're ignoring your business and the potential for your business to grow. And that's a testimony we want to give. A continent of the young, because the future is in Africa. I don't think I have invested, I've done much, but I don't think you can get the return on investment you can get in Africa, especially with the world going the way it is going. A country that has built a very resilient economy, an economy which the British handed over to us and was depending on only six items. That is 3 C's, coffee, cotton, and copper, and the 3 T's, tea, tourism, and tobacco. Yeah, you can see my people are getting it right. But COVID came, we closed all borders, there was no movement, but nothing stopped going on in our country. That's what we call resilience. That's what we call having a country that is very stable. In fact, during COVID, is when the economy on most aspects was booming. That's when construction was going on, manufacturing was going on, yet all borders were closed, meaning the government has done a tremendous job. My brother, the mayor, we are a country now for which you are sure that if you put in your investment, it's guaranteed. Everything that was taken away from Asians during those dark days was returned back to them. An Asian who never came back to claim their property cannot blame any other person but themselves. The president took it upon himself to inform the international community. If you know that anyone took your property, please come and claim it back. It's yours, just bring proof. That's the kind of stability we are talking about. Where you invest in your business and you are extremely sure that your business is secure and is guaranteed by government. A country where stability has been put at the forefront. Within 24 years, between 1962 and 1986, when there was a change of government, during those dark days, because we are known as a country of Idi Amin through many quarters. But we've gone beyond that. During those 24 years, we had 9 changes of government and none was peaceful. And we had several coups. But now, we are a country that is guaranteeing peace on the African continent. We are the country that is hosting refugees from other countries. We are Africa's #1 refugee hosting country. You can only host refugees if you are stable. Otherwise, your own people will be running away to be refugees. We know the price we paid as refugees. I didn't live through those dark days. I was not yet born at that time, but I'm sure Mama Rebecca and some of our Asian brothers and sisters, they know the difficult days. Some of us, the young generation, we are doing whatever we can under the guidance of our senior leaders, ensure that we guarantee the peace, the hard-earned peace we've managed to secure as a country. We don't want to go back to those dark days. And that's why, even if you hear a few advisories, I've seen a few advisories from this, security everywhere. Yes, they are there. Reason being, we are guaranteeing peace in other parts of the continent. We are trying to pacify Somalia. We are trying to ensure that DRC is very stable. And that comes at a cost. If you go to fight terrorists in Somalia, the terrorists who would be coming to hit the UK, the breeding ground of terrorists who would be coming to hit the West, we have said as Uganda, a very stable and secure nation, we shall go to the breeding ground and destroy it, so that the whole world can be secure. That means we have the capacity and stability. You can hear about a few cases, allied democratic forces and all that, a few cases of insecurity. They are there because we have now gone back to where they are being produced, in the DRC. And working with the DRC government, we are ensuring that we have a much more stable country. We are a country that has secured the energy. We are around over 90% renewable energy, very, very reliable. We have extra power. We are even exporting to our neighbors. When other countries are struggling or you want to set up a factory in Uganda, we have excess energy. You'll find it, and it's affordable. We have put in place the infrastructure, and with the support of the UK government, we are even doing more and other partners in the world. We've created a market. We ensure that now our major focus is on import substitution, so that after we go for exports. So it's a much bigger market. If you produce in Uganda, you sell anywhere in the East African community duty-free. But it's also a gateway to the rest of the continent, especially if you're preparing to benefit from the AfCFTA, which we believe is going to transform the African continent. So on ease of doing business, we have consolidated all services, and I'm glad I have seen many of the partners, many of the ministers here. They will interact with you and show you the different incentives, both non-tax and tax incentives. I'm seeing the head of Uganda Revenue Authorities here, so we shall be able to discuss more when it comes to that. On the reduced cost of doing business, that has been our major focus now as a government. And how do you do that? Ensure you have efficient, reliable, and cheap electricity. Ensure you have cheap and reliable internet. Ensure you have the infrastructure. When you read someone says, no, Uganda is a landlocked country. We are not landlocked. We are land-linked country. We have linked with the rest of the continent. So we are not locked anywhere. So come link with us, and the moment you reach in Uganda, you'll have gotten a link to East Africa. We have ensured, indeed, we have developed enough human resource. I don't think you need to bring any expatriate to run your business in Uganda. We have qualified people. We have invested in our people. And now we are focusing on investing more and more in our people to increase their purchasing power. Fighting poverty is our major strategy. And I'm sure when you come and you join us, you work with the government of Uganda, and your investments grow, then you'll be contributing to the development of humanity and development of your business. I want to thank you.
So we want the investors to know that Uganda is comfortable. Uganda is a good place to do business, and we have brought the people to make sure we comfort that. But also, if you've been following Uganda, you've noticed that over the last 2 years, His Excellency does not go anywhere without a business community. So as a private sector community, we've managed to make that connection with government that there is absolutely no presidential trip anywhere without a private sector contingent. So that's how much effort the country is putting into making sure that we create a business community. So this morning, and I'm also going to tell you 2 interesting stories that as a businessman in Uganda, I have actually gone through. And having left the UK in 2000 to go back home, I can tell you that it is the right place to do business. So we want the investors to know that Uganda is comfortable. Uganda is a good place to do business, and we have brought the people to make sure we comfort that. But also, if you've been following Uganda, you've noticed that over the last 2 years, His Excellency does not go anywhere without a business community. So as a private sector community, we've managed to make that connection with government that there is absolutely no presidential trip anywhere without a private sector contingent. So that's how much effort the country is putting into making sure that we create a business community. So this morning, and I'm also going to tell you 2 interesting stories that as a businessman in Uganda, I have actually gone through. And having left the UK in 2000 to go back home, I can tell you that it is the right place to do business. So I'd like to invite Madam Kadaga, please, to join us here, or would you rather stay where you are? Okay. I'd like to invite Honorable Betty. John, so Commissioner General, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntege. My name, I think the time of introduction may be too brief, but let me acknowledge my leaders, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, the Lord Mayor, Your Worship, the Mayor, Honorable Ministers, leaders of the captains of industry, leaders of the different agencies of government, all the investors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Msinguzi, and I serve as the Commissioner General of the Uganda Revenue Authority, the tax administration body.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, our High Commissioner, our host, the Mayor, members of the Cabinet. This is Zakayo here. And the audience gathered here. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. My name is Rebecca Kadaga. To ensure that the treaty for this African community is actualized. And this is, I'm in charge of a grouping of 7 countries, Burundi, the DRC, Kenya, Rwanda, the Republic of Tanzania, South Sudan, and Uganda. So I have already informed you about the composition of the East African community. But being a Ugandan, I think I'll start by reminding you that Uganda is the pearl of Africa. It's the land of the source of the Nile, the land of the Rift Valley, the land of the Uganda Matters, the best national parks, and everything you can think of. So that is Uganda. Of course, there are more attractions in the region. Now, as I was saying, we have been able to do some work on the common market. We are trying very hard to ensure that our human resources are able to work and live in each of these countries. we still have challenges, especially on the professional level. It will not be very easy for one to go and practice in one of the other countries, but that's the area we're trying to work on to ensure that our people are able to go and work and live in the other countries. We are also working hard on the infrastructure, the common infrastructure. We have done quite a bit of the roads that link our countries. On the southern corridor, we still have a challenge on the Kyotera, Masaka, Mutukula, Chaka road, which takes us to Tanzania and Burundi. But we've done a very good work in creating a bypass between Tanzania and Kenya, where you can travel from Arusha, Kolili, Voi, Taveta to Mombasa. That's only 400 miles. But if you take the ordinary route from Arusha, Namanga, Nairobi to Mombasa, you drive almost 700 kilometers. So we've been able to cut that distance by creating a bypass. On the Uganda side, we have also created another bypass about to be completed from Kapchora to Swam, Italy to Eldoret. Also shorten the distance between Uganda and the capital of Nairobi and the other cities. So we're also working throughout the region to improve on the infrastructure. On power, we have used the transboundary resources to generate power for our region. The Kagera has been very, very instrumental in this transboundary resource. We have the Kikagati Morongo hydropower project, generating 14 megawatts, shared equally between Tanzania and Uganda, 7 each. Then on the Tanzania side, we have the Rusumo hydropower project, still on the Kagera, which Rwanda and Tanzania are also generating electricity, also sharing. So we are working together to use the transboundary resources.
The first strategic sector is education, manufacturing, transportation, tourism, construction, healthcare and medical services, agriculture, ICT, logistics and warehousing. For these strategic sectors, there are different tax exemptions that the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament and the Parliament legislated and put into law. So it is guaranteed by law. As a tax collector, we really want to maximize revenue collection, and even if we wish to tax in these areas, the law prohibits us. So, and different exemptions are given in the Income Tax Act, in the Value Added Tax Act, on stamp duties, and excise duties, and then in the import duties. Now for the customs duties, the exemptions are not just for Uganda, but they are for the East African region. So what my leaders have alluded to, the right of the Prime Minister and the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker, as if they were produced in those very countries. Now, the next area where the exemptions and incentives are now in the particular tax heads. And why I want to speak about certain tax heads, I know they are of interest to the Ugandan community here in the UK, but also to the investors from the UK who want to invest in Uganda. One such area where we have generous exemptions is in the rental income. This is rental tax paid on income laid out of renting business or residential premises. For this, if you are an individual, any income made below the threshold of 2.82 Uganda million shillings, there is no tax. but anything in excess of 2.8 Uganda shillings is taxable at a rate of 12%. So the effective tax rate is 12%. And for companies which declare and file returns, you are allowed expenses of up to 50%. So 50% of your income from rentals, 50% will be allowed on expenses. Of course, they are verifiable expenses. And then what remains, you pay 30% on the balance. So that is one of the areas. Now, I spoke about exemptions in VAT. This is mainly deeming of VAT. So for strategic areas, like development of industrial parks, VAT is exempted right from the stage of feasibility studies, designing, construction, and all the materials that you use in setting up the industrial park, the VAT is deemed. Of course, there are a few conditions here. If you're a foreign investor, it is assumed that for an industrial park, you will not invest less than $50 million. But better still, if you are a citizen or you're in partnership, a citizen in partnership with a foreign investor, then the threshold for investment reduces to only $300,000 US. And if you want to invest outside Kampala, in other words, to promote creation of jobs and industries outside the city, the investment threshold even goes down further to $150 US. And the other requirement is that you use raw materials. So as long as the raw materials are available, up to 70% should be locally sourced. And also in terms of labor and employment, you employ at least 70%. Now, if you fulfill these requirements, then you take advantage of 10-year, for VAT it is exemption on all inputs when you are developing. But the next level of incentive is a tax holiday, which is 10-year holiday from paying income tax. So whatever amounts you make in this industrial park, you will be exempted from income tax and VAT as well. There is a further exemption in stamp duty, again for this kind of investment in the industrial parks or free zones, and this one is nil payment on all debenture, lease land, share capital transfers, land transfers, whatever attracts stamp duty will be exempted as long as you're investing in these industry parks and free zones. The next exemption, of course, I've already mentioned, the hospitality industry has exemptions. There the thresholds are much less, only $5 million. And for hotels, only $8 million. And a room number of at least 100 rooms. Again, you'll be exempted from stamp duty, from VAT, and income tax as well. I've already mentioned the exemptions in the industrial parks. In the interest of time, I'll just move. Yeah, but there are further exemptions even in customs duties. So, and I've already mentioned that the East African exemption, the customs duties, the exemptions are under the East African law, not just the Ugandan law. So for people importing raw materials made for exports, there is duty drawback. What this means, as long as you're going to export 80% of the products that you produce, you will be reimbursed the money that you spend at the for manufacturing of textiles. If you're bringing in raw materials or intermediary products, there is zero remission of duty. Again, this is at the East African level. For manufacture of motor tires, if you're bringing raw products like stranded wires, zero tax, duty remission. Inputs for manufacturing cells and batteries, zero tax, and so on and so forth. I'll make reference shortly where you can read this in detail. Tourism as well has a number of exemptions. Vehicles for tourism, buses, land cruisers, whatever it is, as long as it's for that sector, zero duty at import. Boats as well for the tourism sector. A number of other inputs for the manufacturing sector are all zero rated. We'll read this one later. But for zero import duty, you can also defer VAT. In other words, no VAT is paid at point of importation, but when you have set up your factory and you've made the money, then you can pay. Other exemptions are in the oil and gas sector and many other areas. What am I saying in conclusion? The government of Uganda is very deliberate, and with the support of the East African community, they've made investment in the region very, very attractive. Lots of tax exemptions, lots of administrative support when you're an investor. One-stop point for registration of your business. You find there the tax people to register you for tax. You find there the URSB to register your company. You find there umeme people, connect you to power, and so on. This is under the investment authority. Now, for all this information and more that I've not mentioned, you can get it on our website. Just go there. On the main page, you'll see a bolded header of incentives for investors, and you read all these different sections of the law. They are also available on all other channels of communication, Twitter, WhatsApp, email, and so on and so forth. And I will be glad to share this for your own reference later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's something that came out in the last budget about microfinance loans being tax deductible. I'm excited about that. In terms of if you are running a business and you borrow from a microfinance institution, the interest is tax deductible.
That is very true. I had this somewhere, but in rushing I didn't mention. There are a number of expenses that are allowed under the income tax. One of those is, of course, the cost of sales, all the operating costs, the depreciation allowances, the industrial building deductions, assessed losses. We know that when you are setting up, you can incur losses. We allow losses up to 7 years where you're not paying. And then, of course, the investment capital, which is what is referring to. As long as you're servicing these cost centers, they are allowable expenses under our income tax law. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to say that because money is cheap here, and we want it over there, but usually we tend to expect money to come through the bigger banks. But what that tells us that money can now come through microfinance institutions, which are tier 4 institutions, which are not as heavily regulated as banks. So for those of you who might be wanting to look at the investment channel, there's another channel that is open that is actually have pretty high returns. Thank you, but we'll visit that later. Honorable Betty.
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying that for most of the investors, the economists will tell us that investment is informed by 4 key factors of production, which is land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. So, as investors, when you make a decision to go to Uganda, you will be looking for labor, for sure. And so, looking for labor, you'll have to end up with me. Because the law empowers me to even categorize what type of labor you can bring from out of the country as experts or expertise and categories of jobs that are only for Ugandans. So that's why it is very important that you understand our labor force. First, to let you know that Uganda is one of the most qualified labor force for investment in the country. I think Uganda labor force is the one that is driving East Africa. You find most of the Ugandans are working everywhere. We are externalizing labor now in most of the countries, in the Middle East, in the UK. We've been requested to externalize nurses and other caregivers in Germany and in Europe. And you know that most of the global structure of the economy now, especially in your developed world, because of the cost of labor, some of your factories and companies have to hire labor from outside to work for you. For instance, in the UK, most of the call centers are driven in India. So you're seated here, but those working for you are in India. Why? Because you want to avoid the cost of labor. So I'm here to assure you that in Uganda you will get abundant, cheap labor, labor that is innovative, labor that is most qualified, and labor that will drive your investment, and efficient labor. In the Mastercard studies, it's been confirmed that Uganda in the sub-Saharan Africa has one of the best English speakers in the world. Not just in the world. Everywhere you go, they will say, for Ugandans, we want them because they are very good English speakers. They are very efficient, they are very innovative. So we as a country will be able to support you in the labor, will be able to guide you in the context of the laws related to labor, what you require to get labor, the social security that you need to support the labor force. I'm glad the chairman of NSSF will speak much more here on our other arm of NSSF, which can also support you in the aspect of joint venture if you want to go into others and other products offered. But with the population we have, 70% of our population is between 0 to 35 years. This categorization of the population of Uganda are the population that will consume your product. That is why most of the companies that will go to invest in South Sudan, in DR Congo, in Rwanda, in Burundi, they will have an headquarter in Uganda because of the labor force that is that first of all has valuable contribution, efficient and qualified. So with the large working population age that we have, it increases the pool of labor that you will have. It will drive the economic growth of your investment and company. It will increase productivity. It will, for us as a country, support us in accumulating savings. Because once you have those that are employed, you support me in the saving of the country, because our saving for the workforce environment is compulsory. Once saving is increased in a country, it drives economic growth. It drives the country into the middle income economy, and it will support for me the employment of the youth that I look after. We will bring you fresh ideas. The energy will foster innovation and entrepreneurship, will increase and have consumer demand for your investment and fuel high productivity for your investment. So for me today, I'm here to tell you that if you want opportunities in the value chain for your investment, the labor force, come to Uganda. The laws are very friendly. The human resources are there, and we'll be able to support you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable is my minister for my local business because I run a recruitment business. But what she hasn't told you is within East Africa, our Employment Act is the most employer-friendly act. So, and that I have on record because I've experienced it in the entire region.
Thank you very much. I prepared a very brief presentation. If you have it, Wheeler, you could kindly display it, just a few slides. So to add on what my co-speakers have said, Uganda is a democratic country that has robust institutions with separation of powers. The Inspectorate of Government is one of those institutions that is in place to offer checks and balances of what has been said. When all has been said and is done, then we come in to ensure that it is done in strict adherence to the laws of the country or policies that are in place. I know that I was asked to talk about the ratings that have over the years been provided by Transparency International. Mine is to demystify that, to tell you, to give you, to paint a picture for you on what is actually on the ground. The Inspectorate of Government is an independent institution that is a creation of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. We have a number of laws that operationalize the constitutional provisions. This independence means that we are not subjected to any control or supervision of any institution or government body. Our work is independent. What do? We investigate any instances of corruption that have been reported. We cause investigation if we suspect or if through the whistleblowers that come to us indicate that there is reason for us to look into something, then we cause investigation. We arrest if you're a government official or work for government or not directly working for government, or you have any way that you are misusing public funds, then we can arrest you or cause your arrest, and we can also prosecute you in the courts of law. So there are laws that have been enacted for this, and we have the Inspectorate of Government Act that we work with, the Leadership Code Act. If you're a leader, if you're a government leader that has assets or income, or your liabilities are not commensurate to your norms, the Deputy Speaker is here in person and can attest to that. They have committees, oversight committees in Parliament that investigate issues of corruption that may arise. We have the police. I am not the police, but I equally have powers to even superintend over police, because policemen are public officers, so I look into what they're doing to ensure that it is in strict adherence to the rule of law. Other institutions, we work closely with other institutions and leaders that are here, but key to accountability institutions are what you hear is called the Public Procurement and Disposable of Assets Authority. It's an authority that deals with procurement in the country. We work with the Auditor General's office. Many times we have ordered for audits on organizations or institutions that we think that need to be investigated. Also, in addition, Uganda is a signatory to various international anti-corruption treaties. Key to that is the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which outlines preventive measures, criminalization, and law enforcement. This has been domesticated in our laws. You may have heard the Dodd-Frank Act, United Nations Convention Against Corruption, where Uganda subscribes to this act, which is aimed at promoting transparency in the extractive industry. We have the African Union Conventions on Preventing and Combating Corruption, the East and Southern African Anti-Money Laundering Group, which helps to combat money laundering through coordination of other regional bodies that are in place. Let me now specifically tell you what the Inspectorate of Government does briefly. promote and foster strict adherence to the rule of law in the extra. Promote and foster strict law and principles of legislation. If you come to Uganda, systems are working. We have systems and policies in place. You don't have to to lead you to. If you go to the website, if you want to invest in Uganda, you will know that you have to get in touch with the Uganda Investment Authority and where guidelines are laid down on who you are supposed to contact. Sometimes we've had problems with people who try to use middlemen and they get problems, they get wrong people. Systems are functional, you just go to the particular office that is in charge or that where a service is required and it shall be offered. Also, key to our function is to eliminate and foster the elimination of corruption, abuse of authority and public office, to promote fair, efficient and good governance in public offices, as well as to supervise the enforcement of the leadership code. In Uganda we have a double mandate. Whereas we fight corruption, we are also the ombudsman of the country. The office I work for is the ombudsman of the country that creates relations between the public and the private sector. So if you're an investor coming to my country and you have a problem with any government official, then that's where we also come in. Also, I already elucidated on the investigative body or arm that we do. So we investigate any act that has been done by a government official, by a public official, any omission. Why, if you, for example, have requested for a license, but there are some delays that are not justifiable for you, then we come in to find out why there is that omission, advice, decision, or recommendation by any government official. So also, it's our role to stimulate or educate the public on what we do. Can I now just briefly talk about our strategy, because I see that you're looking at me and probably want me to stop at this point. But I will give you just a sneak peek of our strategy as the Inspectorate of Government and some of the interventions that we have done. As per our mandate that is constitutional, that I have already elucidated, this is also in our strategic plan that runs for a period of 5 years. Number one is to enhance prevention, detection, and elimination of corruption. How are we doing this? Spot checks. If you're an investor in Uganda and you set up your business, will appear at any one time to see if business is being conducted through the right channels, but also to have a picture of what exactly is happening. We go beyond the documentation that's just provided to ensure that our citizens are protected, but also that as an investor, there are no loopholes or roadblocks that you are encountering in getting to our offices. These are unannounced, we just appear. We conduct investigations in actions that have been reported, but also where we feel that we should come in, even if it has not been reported. To promote minimum standards of behavior and leaders' code of conduct. We have a lifestyle audit and guidelines have already been put in place. I explained this, that if you are a government official or if you are a leader in any capacity, but your lifestyle is suspicious, is not commensurate to what is known for you to earn, and that is one of the ways that we're using to combat and prevent corruption. So we follow through and conduct investigations. We register complaints and also collaboration with other agencies to ensure that our investors that are dealing directly with those institutions do not find any problem. And lastly, to increase stakeholder engagement for effective execution of the mandate. I have provided information on where you can find us. It's easy, I hope it will be displayed, but there are social media handles, the Inspectorate of Government. You can find us online, and we have a hotline that I also displayed where you can get information to us. The bottlenecks, one of the bottlenecks or the challenge that is caused by you investors yourself is bribery and extortion by purported agents and brokers appointed by investors. You appoint them yourselves because you don't want to go through the right channels and you find problems. Please use the right channels. There are offices or institutions that are established. So investors, you face demands whereby unscrupulous people ask for bribes or kickbacks from agents or brokers who purport to work for government officials during the process of obtaining licenses. That's a very key problem that we have encountered, or that the investors have reported to us, but we always encourage them to follow the right procedures. Avoid shortcuts and you will enjoy a conducive investment climate in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that is very critical that the government has moved into digitizing most of the processes. So, and most of the information that has been shared is digital. But I wanted to bring in Honorable General Goa here, who is responsible for all our work permits. So, just give us a...
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntege. Good morning, everyone. Allow me to ride on the protocol that has already been adopted. Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, ma'am. Right, so the question will be, you, Mr. Immigration, in all this business environment, what is your support to this environment? Because the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister has already expressed the various opportunities that are available in country. You've been told about the tax rebates that are also available. You've been talked about, again, the labor requirements, and of course, there I also come in, and you've told how government is also has in place a corruption enterprise that looks into those areas related to corruption. So what does immigration do? How will I support the business community to do the business that you're required to do? One, for the Ugandans, of course, you want your passports to be able to travel. And this we profess to make available. All you have to do is go on our website, which is www.immigration.go.ug, to make your application for your passports. What we have done really is automated virtually all our processes for passport applications, for visa applications, work permit applications, citizenship, and certificates of residence. All our processes are automated. So you just have to go onto that website and you'll be served. Now, in particular to work permits, because I know this is really what you will need, more especially for those of you who intend to bring in workers from outside into Uganda to assist you in your operations. What are the various work permit classes that we have? Class B1, and as the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister has spoken about the need for manufacturing industries, agro-based industries. Here we're giving better promotions than the other than in the other sectors. So let's see, B1, this is work permits issued to persons or shareholders wishing to invest in agriculture and animal industries. And this goes for $2,500 US. But B2 is issued to persons or shareholders involved in agro-processing, and this goes for only $400. So that's a big climb down. Then you've got C1, issued to persons or shareholders involved in prospecting of minerals or mining, and this also goes for $2,500. But then you also have issued to C2, which is issued to shareholders of companies engaged in prospecting of minerals or mining of specific minerals, that is gold, copper, iron ore, that is silica, yes, phosphate, limestone, and marble. And this also goes for $400. And then you've got the D, issued to shareholders of companies engaged in general trade, which goes for $2,500. And then you have issued to shareholders of companies engaged in manufacturing, and this also goes for $400. And then you have the ordinary residents and the G3, also ordinary residents, that is also $400. And the G3 issued to expatriates with rare skills employed in agro-processing, manufacturing, and mining of selected minerals. This also goes for $400. So we decided that if you're going to attract investment, more especially in the manufacturing or agro-processing areas, you really need to come down with your prices. And this is what we have done. So for anybody who is interested in those particular areas, that is the price. But I also know that John is probably going to be looking into the other areas, because when you talked about the hotels, 100 rooms plus, you have some which are in the parks, and I know they are all, you know, freshly started, and a good number of them have only got about 30, 25 rooms. You may wish to think about those areas as well, as opposed to just the ones of 100 plus rooms. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I like it when we bring the public sector into private sector and they manage their time very well. Thank you so much. Now, as we conclude, for us to give a baseline for the investment conversation to continue, I think you have heard from all important key areas that you need to come into Uganda. And I want to go back to, if I don't have any questions, I think we've covered most of the areas. If does anybody have a burning issue that you might want to share with us? We don't? Perfect. So panel has been perfect today. I'd like to go back to the panel and just ask them to... Sorry. There's one? Oh, great. Let me come to you. I hope the microphone can get there. Okay, so please introduce yourself and make the question brief.
My name is Sheila Nakiriza. I'm part of the school governor board, and we're always trying to see how we can help communities and families to prosper in our local communities. So I would like to ask that in regards to investing in Uganda and the laws that are made in favor for the employers, what are the laws that are there for the laborers? So like the wages, do we have ways to know what they should be earning for certain things and to ensure that employers are not abusive in their treatment of them?
Thank you. Any other question? Sorry.
Thank you very much. My name is Edwin Musime. I'm the Director General of Green Economy East Africa and Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs Uganda. My major question, both on behalf of the world interested in investing in Uganda and to those of us that are still with very strong vested interest in Uganda, the question is, I just read somewhere where they were telling us London on Saturday is going to be hotter than usual, which is going to be about 33. Question. In all the investment conversation we're having, where are the green growth protocols going to come from in terms of building a more sustainability economy that is driving towards a net zero economy? If, I don't know on the panel who would be able to articulate that well, because it's very, very important right now, is given the backdrop of the climate change that is happening. Yes, we want the investment, but where are the green growth protocols? Where are the regulations to have a proper sustainability-driven economy moving forward? Thank you.
Great. I will push that to the panel, but I will ensure by the course of the day we'll have an answer for that one. I just want to clarify back, that was minimum wage? Was that the issue that we were asking about, Bain? The labor right.
Okay. Is there like a national standard for the laborers' rights so that they know what it should be earning or what employers are expected on how to treat the employees and stuff like that, so that from an ethical and moral obligation, is there the type of regulations or rights?
Great. As I take it to my line minister, I will also just respond to that one, since my business is about employment. Is the question of minimum wage has always been open, and I think the Honourable Minister will touch on it. But the rights are quite well for employees. Let me start with the Honourable Minister to respond to that one.
Thank you. We have first of all, As a global economy, Uganda is a signatory to the International Labour Convention, which stipulates key tenets of employment rights and obligations for both the employer and the employee. That international convention, which we are a partner and a signatory to, cascades to the Employment Act 2006, the Employment Amendment Act 2023, which stipulates the aspect within which you are supposed to include in the contractual obligation when employing someone. And in most of the international companies, most of those who will want your product outside Uganda will want a certification that the workers' rights are being obeyed. So under our Department of Labor, we will support the companies, the investors, to understand the labor law, to understand what is contained minimum, I don't want to say minimum wage, because the minimum wage which we have is obsolete, about 1960 something. But in the Act, we have specification of what you need to provide. Provision of health care, which is mandatory, provision of wages, provision of insurance, and other provision, which within the international framework protects the rights of workers. The details, when you come, we will be able to give you, but to assure you that the rights of workers are fully covered under the Act. We have the policy, we have the guidelines, we have the regulation that will ensure that the minimum that a worker will receive will be able to cater for what the labor of a worker is worth. And the categorization of labor in terms of expertise, in terms of the category of workforce that the person will be engaged in. So please, we adhere to both the international labor laws and the Employment Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Let me bring in just Latima here to talk about, we talked about insurance and medical insurance. The chief insurer is here.
Thank you, Badru. My name is Latima Mukasa. I am the board member of Private Sector Foundation and also the chairman of the Uganda Insurers Association. So medical insurance is it's in the private sector. It's the fastest growing, medical insurance right now in the private, in insurance is the fastest growing sector in insurance, which means the demand is there. But we're also fully aware that government is in the advanced stages of launching the National Health Scheme, National Health Insurance Scheme, which will involve all the entire population of Uganda. I think there are some details which government is still working on who will pay for it, who pays how much, and so on. But it's good to know that it's in the final stages. So the workers will be protected. But apart from that, there are several private, international providers of medical insurance, like Prudential Insurance, which is based here in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Latima. I want to go to, John, please, before I go to Honorable, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add two brief comments on the issue of labor protection from the tax angle. In Uganda, we have a tax called pay as you earn. Pay as you earn is a progressive tax that exempts the lowest earners and increases progressively for the high earners. So for anybody in Uganda who earns 235,000 Uganda shillings per month going downwards, no payment of tax. Now if you earn slightly higher, you pay 10%, I think up to about 335. If you earn up to 410, you pay 20%, up to 10 million, 30%, above 10 million, 40%. So in a way, that is to make sure that you only consider those who earn the least. But also a brief comment on the green economy, which Musime asked. Uganda has just passed a new law that exempts, effective 1st July, exempts import duties from all electric and hybrid cars. This is to promote the environment and promote use of effective energy. So if you want to bring a duty-free car to Uganda, please bring an electric one. You'll have it duty-free. But also, there is a ban on old cars. So any vehicle above 15 years, please don't bring it to Uganda because it's contraband, it will not be allowed. But if the car is above 9 years, there is an environmental levy, and this is 100%. So you can bring an old vehicle 10 years, but be ready to pay an environmental levy over 100% of the value of that car. These are some of the tax initiatives to promote the green environment. Thank you.
Just to complement what has been said about the green economy, I want to confirm that under my stewardship, the Paris Agreement was enacted into our domestic law in 2021, and it's in force. It's under the sector of the Ministry of Water and Environment. Regulations are being prepared. A week ago, within Cabinet, we discussed the issue of carbon credits. So all these are being developed. Concerning the infrastructure, the buildings, they are under the charge of the Ministry of Housing, but they're equally enjoying to observe the green economy. So we are of course, totally open to pass. Thank you.
On that note, I read, more questions, okay. Let me take them first. I'm going to borrow 5 more minutes because I was told that time, but we really need to get to hear the voice of the guest.
Thank you very much. My name is David Nsubuga from Promote Uganda. Honorable Minister of Gender, I'm glad that you are mentioning the externalization of the nursing services in Germany, but information is available that that service is highly demanded in this country, in Canada, and in the US. In addition, of course, to nurses, there is also a high demand for electricians. I know, for instance, in US, and carpenters. Maybe you can throw some light on what your plans are. And of course, the other question is, aren't we running a risk as a country of actually externalizing most of the skills that we need, particularly the nurses? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One more question. The last one I'm taking.
Hi, Ray Wilburn, East African Solutions. It's just a very quick one. I was hearing about the removal of import duty on electric vehicles. I guess maybe it doesn't quite make sense now because there's a lack of charging stations, but I guess that's a business opportunity for people sitting here possibly. I was wondering, does that extend to bodas as well? Because you've got just across the border in Rwanda, pretty much all of the bodas now are electric. So I was wondering if that extends to bodas, because again, that's possibly another big business opportunity for someone.
I will actually be selfish and answer that one. Yes, it does, and we have a mobility task force being actually led by the President's office, and we're doing a lot in terms of the conversion, which is why the opportunity for charging stations. Uganda has 5 million border borders, which need to be converted. So being I'm here, anybody who wants to invest, I can be the first one. You can find me somewhere, and then I won't be really, I'll just give them a commission. On that note, I want to really just ask if any of my panelists have any last words to say before we kick off the conversation of investing.
Can I answer his question on the externalization of labor?
Yes, please.
Yes, for the case of Canada and the UK, for nurses and other labor issues, we are having a meeting tomorrow with some key stakeholders in the context of nurses. We are open to any other opportunities for labor externalization. And like I indicated earlier, the young population of Uganda, educated with degree, with all kinds of qualification, are over 4 million. In the context of nurses, we have both government and private training schools that have a pool of nurses that can be externalized. It is the doctors that we have a policy of not externalizing doctors. But for nurses, because we have a lot of the training institution, both private, we have an opening for externalization, and we are going to have that discussion. We have opened up discussion with Canada. We've also opened up discussion with the US, and they are partnering with us and starting to have training and capacity building. So we will be open to anybody who wants to have a partnership, because I know there are companies that also would want to partner, and they have employment opportunities here. If you're there, please reach out to us, and we'll be through our embassy or when we are here, and give us your contacts. But tomorrow I will be having a meeting with a team of stakeholders who are interested in externalizing labor here. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, if I can carry your bags to that meeting, I'll be interested.
I know why you will be interested. I will get you.
Thank you.
To escort me tomorrow.
Please, thank you so much. I'm here to do business. I'm not sure I may have already started. Okay, let me ask my panelists to have a last few words, and then we can close the session.
Thank you very much. On the green economy, I just wanted to add that the pilot city for the first electricity charging terminal will be Jinja City. So Jinja is the place to go for that very soon. So you can really focus on that. Then I also wanted to inform you about the parish development model, where we expect a lot of production from the communities. So we shall also have value addition facilities in the parishes. So that's another area where you can invest. We have over thousands of parishes in Uganda. So you can choose where to invest depending on the productivity of what items in that area. That's another area that could help us to generate employment and other opportunities. But welcome to Uganda.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tege. I think you helped me mention the borders. That was an oversight. They are covered just like motor vehicles. There's a discussion ongoing now about the inputs, because there are people who bring in raw materials for making electric components, like the electric batteries, as well as the charging stations. Not yet covered under the law, but before government for consideration, because the idea is to promote the green environment. Parting shots from me, I'd like to, first of all, appreciate the organizers of this great conference that brings together investors and citizens who want to invest in Uganda. I think this is the most appropriate time for this move, because the economy is growing, the inflation is well managed, it's very low, and the tax incentives. I think Uganda has one of the most generous tax incentives to attract investment. And for the last maybe 20 years, the foreign direct investment flowing into the country has been significant, between about $250 to $300 million. So I think there is a great opportunity for the UK companies that are known for quality, for standards, to come and invest in Uganda. There are very many investors coming, not necessarily from the UK. People even that have challenges with communication and language barriers are coming because they have identified the opportunity and they've embraced it. From the side of tax administration, we are available to support you and to help you understand and take advantage of the tax incentives, because the focus of revenue collection is on indirect taxes, not direct taxes, but indirect. So come and create jobs, produce products, then the country will collect taxes from those areas. For further information, please reach out on our website and all the contacts given so that you can get more information. And I'm also available up to the end of the day for any direct discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our dear listeners. Mine is to really emphasize that Uganda is the way to go for your investment plans. You will not regret it. But also to use this opportunity to give you our lines in case you are in the country and you feel that you are not being handled in the right way. We have a hotline plus 256 414 259 675. I repeat that.
We will actually put it on the screens during the course of the day.
Okay,
Yes.
That's it. And you can follow us on our social media handle at IGG Uganda. And the email, I'm told it will be displayed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want us to please give a hand clap for our panelists. We don't take it lightly that you come and give us your time. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd like to hand over to...
Well, thank you very much. We've sat down for quite some time, so maybe on the green motorbike border, I will ask you to just move around, network. We're having a coffee break for about 20 minutes, then we'll come back to our discussion. We'll be looking at some of the challenges and opportunities for delivering major infrastructure projects. We'll be having time with our legislators and, of course, question time as well. So for the next 20 minutes, network, have a coffee break, and we'll be back. Thank you. Can we now invite respectfully the Country Director, Department for Business and Trade, British High Commission, Mr. Louis Arinatwe. I think I got it right. Please give him a round of applause as he comes to take his seat here. Then we'll have Director Logan OTT, Jerry Cowley. Jerry, please come and take your seat up here for us. The Director and LDNL Project Director, Andrew Bamaya, please come and take up your position up here for us. Then I have Lars Peter Jensen, Area Manager, Colas Limited. Lars Peter Jensen, please come take your position up here for us. In this segment, we're going to have, first of all, a presentation. And we're going to look at, or the speaker will be outlining the UK export growth strategy, FDI in Uganda, and fostering long-term investment and economic growth. There will be a brief overview of guidance, assistance, and services to help British businesses grow and sell to Uganda, East Africa, and the whole of Africa as well. Definitely, there will be the advantages and disadvantages and hurdles of entering new markets. So let's have a clear and open mind, because that presentation is really going to help us. So with that, I will introduce my first speaker for this segment. And as I mentioned, he's the Country Director, Department for Business and Trade, British High Commission in Uganda, Mr. Louis Arinatwe. Uncle Louis.
Is it still morning? Yes, hello to everybody, all protocol observed. Thank you very much for the previous panelists for opening up the session and giving us background on the Ugandan environment for investment. As my colleague said, my name is Louis Arineitwe, and I am a Ugandan. I am the country director for the Department for Business and Trade, based at the British High Commission in Kampala, in Uganda. My role as the country director based in Uganda, that means I work for the British government. I am a civil servant employed by the British government, but a Ugandan. So I wear two hats, and that is to support investment and trade from the UK into Uganda. But as a Ugandan, I also have to ensure that it's the right investment for the country, it is the right opportunities, and it is for the best of the country. So briefly, my colleagues will introduce themselves. These are some of the British companies, that we have supported to enter the Ugandan market. And we do this in various ways. I could just talk through my presentation if this is not working, which is fine. Yes, okay. Hello, yes, so briefly, just a quick outline of who we are, what we do at the Department for Business and Trade, our mission and role in supporting UK companies to come and invest in Uganda, focusing on high-value campaigns and support to British companies. And then we shall have questions in case anybody has some questions and clarity. So at the Department for Business and Trade in Africa, Uganda is one of 21 markets out of 153 markets countrywide. So in Africa, we are based in 21 countries, in all East African countries, except Burundi. And so we have an East African-wide network under the department, and we work with our colleagues across to support identification of opportunities across the East African region. We have been focusing on a number of key areas. We identify with priorities for the government of Uganda as well as private sector in Uganda. And currently, major areas of focus, without leaving out the rest, we've been supporting especially agriculture and agriculture technology, infrastructure development, renewable energy, and health and education space. We also have a lot of interests and close sight on professional and financial services. We've had about discussions on labor and labor externalization, and we are also working with various sectors, government agencies and private sector, to identify opportunities in those areas and support British investment into the market in Uganda. Some of the success stories, I have my colleagues here. Jerry will talk about the Lagan Industrial Park, the Kampala Industrial and Business Park, that is being constructed by Lagan Group, with support from the UK Export Finance and the British government. We have also supported the solar power irrigation scheme with a UK company called Nexus Green. And we have also supported through Lagan, through Colas, with which Lars will speak about, is an development of Kabalega International Airport. And we also work with private sector, where we have supported and worked together to link a UK-based agricultural technology exporter with a local Ugandan investor to set up agriculture processing, storage, and high-value equipment in the country. How do we support UK companies? We identify business opportunities in Uganda through both government and private sector, and work through our networks to identify the right UK partners to come and invest in Uganda. We organize business development visits and trade missions in various sectors to identify opportunities for both private and public sector. And we do this across the region, not just in Uganda. We also work to build strong networks with private sector in Uganda. We recently had an engagement with the private sector-led companies in Uganda and also private sector British companies that are operating in Uganda to work together, link them together, form partnerships and joint ventures to identify the right opportunities for investment. We also have a wide network for Department of Business and Trade across the Africa continent and across in the UK, where we work together to link businesses, identify regional opportunities, and we also follow up on identification of market access barriers. That these are what we identify as some challenges in doing business, where we work with the government of Uganda, private sector. The previous panelists talked about, one of the panelists was from John, Uganda Revenue Authority, where the British government is working together with URA to support, provide training, provide the right, and make sure that the URA is very well trained and very ready to ensure that they provide the right environment for investors to come and invest in Uganda. So that is just in a nutshell what we do as a Department for Business and Trade. We are very keen to support UK private and government investment into Uganda. And we are very happy to help. And we will be looking forward to engagement with both UK private sector companies and also Ugandan businesses to make sure that we promote investment into the country of Uganda. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Cawley and I'm a director with Lagan Group. And I just want to take the opportunity to congratulate Willie and his team for putting together this conference after quite a challenging conference last year, where because of the news at the time, everything had to be suspended. So it's nice to see everyone back again. And it's nice to see that it's still a success and that there is still a huge interest in Uganda. I'd also like to thank the delegates for bringing the Ugandan weather here to London, because we have had quite a miserable summer. So we've gone from being miserable to all baking alive. So it's a change. Lagan, as a company, looked around to expand its investment opportunities a number of years ago. And we looked at the East African area, and after some reviews decided that given the stable environment that was there in Uganda, its prioritized projects and its friendly and working environment, we took the view that this was somewhere we wanted to get involved in. So we've been involved with Uganda since about 2015. A lot of hard work in the earlier years, understanding the country, understanding the culture, understanding what were the priorities and how would we go about it. And invaluable to that was my colleague here, Andrew Bamanya, who will talk after me, as a regional director, who as a local Ugandan and living in Kampala, helped us find our way through all the various intricacies of the government, etc., to secure a project. And secure a project we did. In 2020, we started the Kampala Industrial Estate. It's a 2,200 acre site to the west of Kampala. You'll be familiar with it. It's an existing brownfield site, i.e. when we started there was probably 50% occupancy of the site. And it was a working environment that we were asked to engage, go in and improve the infrastructure. And that improvement meant improving the roads, improving water and sewerage, in building a sewage treatment plant, a waste transfer station, a small business enterprise park, telecommunications, and also ensuring that we delivered a high quality state-of-the-art place that would market Kampala to the world. It is a project that has not been without its challenges. We were lucky in that with the support of the UKAF, we could bring some funding to the project. and that made it attractive because we could offer design, build, and finance. So for the government of Uganda, that was a very attractive offering. And at the time, interest rates were very good, so we could secure a very low interest rate that made it even more attractive. The project, as I say, has been ongoing for some time, and we are actually working through it at the moment, and it's beginning to come to a close. There's a bit of time to go yet, because, to be honest, it did have its challenges. Working in a live park with a lot of investors worried about any works being carried out affecting their business is difficult. We also had areas where we had to look after the locals who had settled in various plots and had to be compensated and retrained so that they didn't lose their livelihood. And so we had quite a complex livelihood restoration plan that dealt with those project affected peoples. And that's been very successful. They have been there's been monitoring compensation, there's been financial training, and there's also been employment with our company as well. The park, as we develop it and continue to develop it, gets more active. The usership of it has moved from 50% at the moment to probably about 70 to 80%. And that continues to grow as we open more areas of the park and as we make it more acceptable that businessmen use the opportunity to start their business. And in one of the presentations that I had, but unfortunately we haven't had time to get it moving, we did a snapshot of the growth of businesses over the last number of years since we started. And it has been about 30% of the overall project. Another key feature that has been very important to us when we're developing this park is ensuring that the social and environmental needs are addressed. The park is 2,200 acres, as I say. It borders the Lake Victoria. It's got an element of the national forestry element of it as well. The river Namamve runs right through it. So it is actually quite a sensitive area as far as the environment is concerned. And the funders were especially concerned that all these issues were addressed. So before we even started the project, we had to do a detailed environmental, social, and environmental impact analysis. And that took 9 months before we stopped, which covered everything. It covered flora, fauna, aquatic life, and indeed, it covered the social issues as well as the health, as well as HIV awareness, and all those issues at relocation of people that had to be addressed. The vein of my life was a small snail that was about 1 inch, and that was last seen on the shores of Lake Victoria in 1951. One recorded instance of a snail, but there was a concern that it was out there somewhere along the shores of the river Namamve. We did a lot of searching. To date, we haven't found him, but maybe someday he'll come back. So we're progressing, and it's going well. It's great to see the park being utilized. We believe by the end of our activities, it will be a home to 200,000 to 250,000 jobs for the locals, and it hopefully will be a model for parks throughout Uganda, because I believe UIA are very keen to roll out these parks and see them utilized across Uganda. So that's a very quick run through the issues. I'm sure if there's any questions, we'll try and deal with them. If I could, before I pass, can I also just quickly thank our partners, DOT. It's a combination of international Lagan and local partners, DOT Services Limited. And it's a partnership that has worked very well, because again, they bring the local knowledge about dealing with all the issues of permitting, supplies, materials, etc. And we hopefully bring along the international experience to allow them to grow and expand within their own country. But it's been a very successful partnership, and we're delighted to be hitched with DOT, and long may it continue. So I'll hand over to Andrew now, who may have some further comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. Andrew Bomanya, as my colleague has mentioned. I am the Regional Director for Lagan Group Limited, but also double as the Project Director for the Lagan Dot Namamve Limited. Just like he has ended, we've partnered with our local company called Dot Services, and the synergies between the two companies are seeing through the success construction of the Kampala Industrial Business Park. He has taken you through in general terms. I don't see any gaps left, apart from if you have any questions, I'll be glad to take those on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Lars Jensen, and I'm not working for Lagan. I'm working for Colas, and of course in Uganda, the name for tarmac road is a Colas road. So we've been around for a long time, and this time around we came in 2015 and identified a project that we decided to develop in collaboration with the Minister of Works and Transport in Uganda. And this was the construction of a second international airport in Hoima. And it started off being the Kabale International Airport. Then it became the Hoima International Airport. And recently it was named the Kabalega International Airport, which I think is, given that it's funded from substantially from the UK, is quite a paradox, because knowing the history of how the Kabalega fared, he spent many of his years fighting the British until he was eventually captured and sent into exile in the Seychelles, where he spent the last 20 years of his life before being allowed back. And he died reaching Jinja just before reaching home at Hoima. So it's quite interesting that the airport was named after him, which I think is very appropriate. We have been building the airport since 2018. It's a massive project. It's an international airport, 3.5 kilometers of runway. Fully international capability to handle large aircraft, the largest aircraft you can think about. The project is going to be completed hopefully this year. We have some discussion with the government still about some items that we consider would be required to make it a fully functional airport, like a power supply and water supply. but we are discussing with Minister of Finance at the moment. So hopefully by the end of this year there will be a fully functional airport at near Hoima, and this has been a very important project for Uganda and for the region as well. Jerry here talked about environmental and social issues. Of course, on the airport project, we have been from day one very aware of environmental and social issues. Our workforce has been 99% Ugandan, so my good friend Honorable Amonge here, she should be very, very pleased with us. We have never had more than about 1% expatriate workforce, so we're very proud of that. And of that, about 30% have been from the Hoima district, so we have excellent relations with the kingdom also. So as that project is coming to a close, we are looking at other projects, and for several years now, we've been working with KCCA on a project to rehabilitate roads in Kampala. Now, all of you who are familiar with Kampala know that as soon as you hit Kampala, you hit a pothole, and some of the potholes can be very severe and cause damage to yourself and your car. So we have been developing this project with KCCA, and we are hoping that this will also be funded from the UK, substantially funded from the UK, Export Finance. And Louis here has been very supportive in setting up meetings and making sure we have the engagements we need. So those are that's the latest project that we are working on. But I've been in Uganda now for over 7 years. I'm building a small house for myself there, and I am locally engaged to a very beautiful Muganda. So I plan to stay, and hopefully we can get this new project underway. Thank you.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. And you know what? When you get to Africa, especially the eastern part of the continent, you wouldn't want to go back from where you came, because the weather is good, lovely people, most importantly the food, and when the environment is created for very conducive and rewarding investment, definitely 7 years is even short. You'll have to stay a lot more than that. Shall we please put our hands together for them? But just before we round up, I have, maybe Louis, you allow me, I have a question. What were some of the things that really attracted you to stay? And if I may ask, what really challenged you that probably made you think that, I want to go away?
What attracted me to stay was definitely the business environment is very accommodating. It's very flexible. It's very easy to live in Uganda, and you arrive at the passport control. And I've traveled a lot around Africa, but whenever you reach the Entebbe passport control, they always look at me with a smile and say, "You're most welcome back, sir." And that is a big difference. Other countries in Africa, they take your passport and tell you, you see that queue down there, 100 meters, you go and stand there, and then we'll call you when your visa is ready. But in Kampala and Uganda, everything is very friendly. There are, of course, challenges, and of course, you know, Uganda is a poor country, and corruption is still a challenge that we are facing on many levels, and it takes time to. It takes time to develop projects, because as a UK company we go strictly by the book, and I'm very happy that today there was a presentation from the IGG, and we fully support the initiatives, and things take time, and we are sure we'll get there eventually, and by the time we get there, we will be very proud that we have done things the right way. entrepreneurs there.
The capital of Uganda, Kampala is a city of over 4 million inhabitants with a high population density. The city has more than 2,000 kilometers of roads, but only 20% of these roads are paved and only 5% are in good condition. The high traffic volume and poor condition of the city's infrastructure leads to numerous traffic jams and indirectly to numerous economic losses. Every day, 240,000 working hours are lost by the city's active population. It has become essential to consider a vast project to rehabilitate roads and build bridges and access roads to improve the flow of traffic. COLAS, in partnership with local contractors, is proposing a major project to transform the city of Kampala.
The project will transform Kampala by opening up the city through improved access, reduced congestion, and the roads will have proper sidewalks, drainage, streetlights, and in some cases special lanes for buses and bicycles.
As a pioneer in the field of transport infrastructure, COLAS has been building on its expertise and know-how for over 100 years. Our mission? To imagine and build innovative and responsible mobility solutions. This vast transformation project involves the rehabilitation of 200 kilometers of roads in 5 districts of the city: Central, Kawempe, Rubaga, Makindye, Nakawa, with the paving of approximately 800,000 tons of asphalt, including 100,000 cubic meters of recycled materials, the construction of a steel flyover at the Rosebery Junction, 3 pedestrian bridges, as well as the implementation of infrastructure for intelligent traffic management. Finally, the project includes the maintenance of these infrastructures, as well as the repair of the city's drains, the creation of pedestrian and cycle paths, and the planting of trees, for a total amount of €250 million. Attractive finance for the entire project will be provided through the UK Export Finance. This project is in line with our global CSR approach, ACT, based on 8 commitments, and the benefits for the local population are multiple. Between 450 and 550 locally recruited employees will benefit from training in line with our safety, quality, and operational management requirements.
And we expect more than 95% of our staff to be Ugandans.
Our group is also working to promote diversity and gender balance within our teams. Sustainable development and respect for the environment are also among our major commitments. Here, the use of innovative products, such as cold mix, is favoured to reduce our carbon footprint, and the recycling of materials is used as soon as possible in the production of new and replacement materials, both infrastructure and asphalt. Finally, this transformation project is accompanied by the renovation or creation of facilities to improve the living conditions of the population.
We expect the project to start end of this year if all goes well.
Our ambition for Kampala? A major transformation project to promote the economic development of the city and improve the living conditions of the population in a sustainable and responsible manner.
Well, thank you very much. Anything to add? Maybe I'll take a couple of questions. Then Honorable says, can I please use it? Thank you.
My name is Elias Mugisha. I have 2 questions. One going to Peter Laz and one going to Dot and Lagan. Laz, I would like you to speak about the loss to GDP because of the productivity and delays in traffic. I know you've done a feasibility study, so I would like you to give us a picture of how much we're losing to GDP because of the poor roads. Secondly, I would like you to discuss on the Kabale Airport. I am aware that the designs have been done, owned by the employer. I would like to give us some of the challenges that you've gone through where the advantages of a turnkey project and where the employer owns the designs. What are the challenges? Because I've had a number of complaints about where the employer owns the designs and where the contractor owns his own designs. Secondly, I would like to ask a question on Lagan. You formed a JV with a local contractor. What are the advantages? It's been a successful JV. Kindly give us some of your advantages that you've been able to pull up this.
Okay, I said a couple of questions. Obviously, he's asked 3, so I'll take one more.
Thank you so much. My name is Martin Muzali, a member of Parliament in Parliament of Uganda. Basically, I want to commend the gentleman working with the UK trade for the many investments actually that we currently have in Uganda. As you can see, there is a Lagan Dot that is handling the industrial park in Namanve. There is Kabale Airport. But that's not enough. We still have so many challenges in our country. There are so many other areas where we need investors, and I'm happy for this kind of engagement, that we are here basically to talk to the investors and to tell them that back home, the environment is very conducive, everything is okay. We've got institutions where you can have everything. We have UNBS, we have URSB, that is for registration of companies. UNBS is basically to approve your product. So therefore, and UIA, the Uganda Investment Authority, which basically gives you all that is there in terms of investment. Because we are giving out to what we would call investment packages that are good, tax holidays, incentives per se. We are giving out land to investors free. We are giving out tax holidays to investors. We are giving out tax holidays. So everything is good. Please, we just want to say, come home. There are a few challenges, as the investor has said it. Corruption is one of the challenges we still have, but we are managing it because we've come up with so many institutions basically to tackle this. So come and invest in Uganda. I thank you.
Well, just to announce that later on in the afternoon, we'll be having time with our legislators, and some of these things will be looked at, and your questions will be answered. Shall we... I'll be asking that we do the answers together. So quickly, let me find, yes, Honorable Sir, the last one.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks a lot for your remarks. I just had one question. Rwanda ranks 38 in the ease of doing business rankings, while Uganda is 116. What could Uganda do better?
I think Peter has just mentioned, I think I must add my comment on it on King Kabalega, because I've studied King Kabalega, and my classmate was King Solomon Iguru, who is the current king. But I know that Sir Tito Mini, the son of King Kabalega, he used to visit my father in Masindi at least once a year. So I have those links with the kings, and I must say that Uganda is a great country. Unfortunately, we had to leave, and our children are not prepared to go back because they support the local football team. For example, my son supports Leicester City, and he says, "Oh no, I don't want to settle in Africa." But we love the country, and it's a great country to invest. And I hope that many investors come to Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we have some answers? There were a few questions on the floor. Talking about the GDP and the traffic situation. If you could pick that one up first.
Hello.
Yes, thank you for that question on the Kampala roads project. Now, why does it make sense to invest money in fixing the roads in Kampala? There are a number of reasons for that, and you may be aware of some of the reasons, and others perhaps might surprise you. But 65% about of Uganda's GDP is generated in Kampala. 65%. The road network of Kampala is around 2,100 kilometers. Now that is only about 1.5% of Uganda's road network. Yet that 1.5% of Uganda's road network carry over 60% of the vehicles in Uganda. So you see the huge disparity. And for years, I'm sorry to say, funding for maintenance and upgrading of roads in Kampala has been very, very lacking behind. So the poor roads in Kampala, only 20% of the roads in Kampala are in reasonable condition. That means that the cost of doing business in Kampala is disproportionately much higher than it ought to be for a capital city in Africa. So the delays, just the delays of sitting in endless traffic jams, and as the person putting the question alluded to, we have done the feasibility report now, and it is being reviewed by Minister of Finance. So every day it is estimated that 3 million man-hours, productive man-hours, are wasted in traffic in Kampala. Now, if you run a business out of some of the suburbs around Kampala, you will find it more and more difficult to run any kind of errands into and out of the city. Just a trip from Mukono to Kampala can take easily 2 hours. So if you have a delivery to make, you can only make one delivery a day. So it has been estimated both by the World Bank and other studies, and also KCCA themselves, that about 7% of Uganda's GDP is lost, which is equivalent to about $3 or $4 billion a year, is lost due to the poor roads in Kampala. So fixing roads in Kampala has a multiplier impact on the GDP of Uganda. So that's why this project ticks all the right boxes, and this project, I'm hoping that we can make this project happen in the near future. I don't know if I answered that question.
Yes, I'm Andrew once again. Whereas I'm the regional director for Lagan, a British firm, I'm also a Ugandan who is in charge of the region. That is East Africa at large and Africa in terms of the markets. But as a Ugandan, the companies, the joint venture, two companies, Lagan Group and Dot Services. So the synergies of the two companies have actually been the story behind the success of the joint venture. The local player, who is Dot Services, has helped us understand the laws of the region, the culture on the ground, the local market in terms of potential, and the local stakeholders' engagements. On the international scene, Lagan has highly participated, and on that part I will let Jerry compliment on that.
Yeah, I think as Andrew was saying, having a local partner is essential when you're entering a new market, because we all can work our way through the systems, but having an understanding of the systems over the years, which Dot had, makes that easier. And also understanding the local market. And it also came to the fore when we were enveloped in that strange time that was COVID, when everything seemed to shut down, and yet we wanted to continue. But it meant from our side, we had limited travel. In fact, I took a very strange journey to Uganda in the middle of COVID, and it really wasn't a apocalyptic world, because there was no one on the plane, very few on the airport, and I suddenly thought, have I dropped into a wormhole somewhere and gone somewhere else? So having a local partner there who could increase resources and continue to the project in difficult times was really a godsend and essential. From our point of view, and what Dot get from us, is we have carried out projects around the globe. Lagan has worked on more or less every corner of the globe, from the Caribbean to South America to the Pacific Islands to Hong Kong Airport. And so we have a grasp of how to deliver big projects, how to deliver them well, and how to ensure that the quality, health and safety issues, and the social and environmental issues are dealt with. And sometimes, and it's not belittling the local company, because a lot of companies are very, very well established, and I have to applaud Uganda for its higher standards across the country. We bring that extra dimension. Plus, we have that access to funding, which again helps secure projects, to be able to bring cheap funding to the country and enable the project to be progressed. So it's a nice marriage, a nice mix. Like every marriage, there's a few arguments now and again, but you get over them, and we continue on, and we will continue till the success of the project and in future projects as well. But before I leave this, and before we lose time to say it, I want to just say a couple of thanks to a number of people. The Evelyn Anite, the Minister for Finance, has been very, very supportive and very, very helpful in helping us to get through all these difficult challenges in the early days. UIA, with Robert, has been instrumental in helping us as well as all his team and his team on the ground who we interact every day. But more importantly, the people of Uganda yourself, because as Lars says, everywhere we go, we've had a friendly face. We have people that are willing to help us resolve the problems when we raise them. They may not be instant resolutions, but they're willing to go away, think, engage with us, and resolve the problems. And I think that's very, very important from an investor point of view, to know that he has the confidence that he's been listened to, and when he asks for something to be done, he or she, that it is looked at seriously and acted upon. So I congratulate the people of Uganda as well for making an open and welcoming environment.
Thank you very much. Just a little bit of highlight on some of the challenges in terms of doing business and what Uganda is doing to improve the business environment and make it easier and easier to invest and trade with Uganda. One of the major things that I know the government of Uganda will support also from the British government is to reduce the cost of doing business. And this is reducing the cost of energy, reducing the time spent in doing business, and that is the cost of transportation, and also the cost of raw materials, and making it easy for investors to come and invest with the Uganda Investment Authority, Uganda Revenue Authority, who are here, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and all these are agencies that are currently being put under one roof to be able to ensure that when an investor walks into one door, he can be able to get registration, licensing, taxation registration, and all the necessary investment licenses that one would require. Improvement of efficiency, yes, I mentioned that, and also corruption, which has been a challenge. But I know we have a representative from the IGG's office. We also have some legislators here who are ensuring that the right laws are put in place and the right enforcement. We at the British High Commission, Department for Business and Trade, we are happy and pleased to continue to engage. I've had engagement with a number of British potential investors who have met here. I've met others also in Kampala. There is a lot of interest in investing and trading with Uganda. We are looking forward to continue to support you. It takes time, like Lars said. However, this is also to ensure that the right projects, the right financing, the right products, the right quality are all put in place to ensure that we get the best out of the business relationship between the United Kingdom and the government of Uganda and also private sector. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I just say one more thing? This is the man here. Now, British High Commission have been very instrumental for both Lars and ourselves.
Brian Kaboyo is my name, Mayor Hoima City. And indeed, I had the MD Housing Finance talk about opportunities. Hoima City is one of the fastest growing cities in Uganda, which is hosting the Albertine activities in the Albertine Graben. I want to encourage people interested in investing. As a city, we are ready to support, and all activities in the Albertine Graben in oil and gas. The Hoima City is the host, is the transaction city, so please take opportunity and come in the city. Anytime we are there to encourage and support you, whatever you need. As the mayor and the team in the city, we are ready to support. Thank you so much. And Housing Finance recently opened up a branch in Hoima City, and I was part of the team during the opening. Thank you, MD, for the work. Thank you so much.
By the way, I need to, before you leave, Honorable, call us if they're still here. They're building, coming up with an industrial park in Hoima that will be focusing on the petroleum products. So you need to exchange numbers and see how to make this happen.
I want to appreciate Colas because I've visited them. They are community encouraging, they work with the community, they support, they employ our people. I've visited time and again and I've looked at their structure. Indeed, our people are playing a role in their company and I want to appreciate them.
is an invaluable asset when it comes to bringing communities together. And that is why we love to play. SBC fosters the spirit of sports here in Hoima. SBC has facilitated schools and communities with kits and equipment for their netball and football teams. Look out for the next Ugandan champion. They might come from here. Water is life. Clean and safe drinking water is critical to sustaining healthy human life. We have built 13 boreholes with the goal that each village will have access to clean water for human beings, animal and agriculture in walking distance.
We used to have bad water. We used to use bad water like ponds and these valley dams. But since they came, they saw our problems. They got us some boreholes in our area. So on that aspect of health and sanitation, they got us some boreholes. So people now are enjoying good water from safe source of water. So that one has changed the life and the rest of people around the area.
We are committed to fulfilling the potential of this beautiful, vibrant and promising land so that the Hoima International Airport not only contributes to the development of Hoima and Uganda, but leads to a better life for all.
Well, thank you very much. Now, it's coffee time, I should say. So maybe to complement that, can we have our coffee pots refilled? Because we're going to have a coffee conversation. And with that, I'm going to invite my brother, Kenneth Barije, Managing Director, Mountain Harvest Coffee. Please put your hands together for him. Now, he is going to lead the discussion, and it's going to be very interesting. I said coffee time because we're now going to explore, apart from the investment benefits of coffee, apart from the investment benefits, we're also going to have a smell of it as we have it in the house. And to help him and do the discussion, we have Mrs. Perez Ochien. Hope I got it right. Please come join us. A round of applause for her, please. She's the Director, Sakuma Foods Innovation. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. James Shaw, Technical Sales Engineer, Alvin Blanche Development Company Limited here in the UK. James, thank you for coming. And Honorable Charles Bakabulinde. Your Honorable Sir, thank you very much for coming. Member of Parliament representing workers. So as I mentioned, not just a taste of the financial benefits of it, but also the industrial and worker relations bit of that. So my brother, Kenneth, over to you.
Thank you, Daniel, and good afternoon. I am Kenneth Barije. I am a coffee farmer, I'm a coffee exporter, and I drink a lot of coffee to support myself. I will try with my panel this afternoon to save some time so that we are able to catch up on the lost time. Do we have Paul Rock from the British Coffee Association? Apologies, Paul, but could you kindly, is the Executive Director of the British Coffee Association. As you well aware, Uganda is an economy that is supported by agriculture. Over 70% of But unfortunately, when you look at the number of imports that are coming from UK, we form a very small percentage. So what we are trying to discuss this afternoon is why are we not exporting more products to the UK? And what can we do to get products here? And I am fortunate that on the panel, we have people who have been working with standards, food safety standards. We have people working with machinery around agro-processing in Africa, including Uganda. We have the British Coffee Association. We would like to see more coffee coming. Just for your information, out of the $800 million that coffee brings into Uganda, UK is only giving us about 2 million. So there is huge potential and realized potential that I'm hoping this afternoon we can tap into. And then, of course, the Honorable Member of Parliament and his work in Parliament, his work with workers, and understanding what kind of regulatory framework we have in the country that could be supporting exporters and importers and producers to meet the standards in the UK. So allow me to start with the question to probably the Honorable. UK buyers have been complaining about some defects in the coffee that we have, including stones. So they say that coffee is not as clean as they should be getting. Do we have any regulatory framework provisions that you have in place, you've been implementing as a country, that could help us meet the standards that they are looking for.
Thanks very much, dear moderator and the listeners. First of all, I think I want to create the picture more positive. First and foremost, we have got the National Coffee Act 2021. So the regulating framework is in place. The sensitization, and when we are looking about the quality of coffee, we are not looking at the coffee which is ready for exportation alone. Straight away, we start with the nursery. We start with how the coffee is being planted and looked after. The spacing of the holes and the seedlings, the collecting of the coffee and how it is dried. And this is what is ongoing, sensitizing the public. Now, and I've been hearing that our quality of coffee, as you have rightly said, is not so much attractive. It's not good. But let me give you some good figures. Among the global producers, you know very well the Brazil, Colombia, and Ethiopia, Uganda is number 9 among the global producers. And if the coffee was not good, and I think it would be maybe number 100. But among, again, the coffee exporters, where Brazil and Vietnam are inclusive, Uganda is number 8. That tells that we just need to polish and improve a bit. And our colleagues from the UK and others would be attracted to come and import more coffee from our country. But otherwise, the regulatory framework is in place, the sensitization of the farmers is taking place, because traditionally, members could produce their coffee the way they want. But now, because of that quality demand, we are going down. Personally, I'm also a farmer, because I have to know how to handle the seedlings, have to know how to space it, have to know how to get it when it is ready, and how to dry it and keep it. These are some of the standards that have now been improved. So basing on that, I think our good importers must be well assured that the coffee that comes from Uganda is good. We are only competing with those first-class countries.
Thank you, Honorable. As an exporter, when I buy coffee, the only leverage I have on a farmer is provide better price. That's the only way I can influence the quality that the farmer is giving me. Can a farmer get into trouble for mismanaging quality according to the laws of the country?
By the way, as we talk now, we have got the UCDA, which is mandated to regulate the coffee quality in the country. And it's now coming in to see that much as some farmers may be not sensitized to the extent that we need, but before they buy your coffee, there are certain regulations or standards that you have to fulfill. And that's why it is coming in. And we're empowering it, and we're continuing to saying that since traditional coffee has been our product, the best way we can do is to add more quality and emphasize to the farmers that if we are to compete with the outside world, there is no shortcut apart from quality.
Thank you, Honorable. Let me go to Paul. Paul, I made a claim that there is no coffee here because of quality. Is it true? Is it an issue of quality or supply chain issues? Why do we see more coffee in the UK supermarkets from Kenya, from Ethiopia, and less from Uganda?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's actually a combination of the two. I mean, as you've already heard, quality is a key component, and the UK market has seen a growth in the specialty sector in the last 10 to 15 years, and there you often have a more direct trade. Quality becomes even more of an important point, but quality is important across the board. I think if we look back at the trade figures, certainly over the last years, we did see a drop-off in exports from Uganda to the UK. I think if we actually look at the figures, certainly the figures that we see for 2022, which are now full-year figures, we are back to the levels in terms of tonnage, certainly, that we saw in probably 2013. And that actually adds an extra £1 million to the figure that you were talking about to start with. So 2022 is just over 3 million. But, you know, there is still the opportunity to go further. I mean, it's very interesting. About 18 months ago, we helped to coordinate an event with the High Commission in Kigali. and we brought together some specialty coffees, I think around about half a dozen. They were roasted in Kigali. Half of that roast was then shipped overnight into London, to just only a few miles away from here. And then we ran a cupping session simultaneously with 6 experts in Kigali and 6 in London. And it was extremely interesting that the results from both of those sessions were very close together. So the quality was not an issue at all in the samples that people were cupping on that occasion. So the quality, certainly Uganda has the ability to produce quality and high quality Arabicas. I think on the back of that, it is then about having the conversations and building the relationships within the supply chain. You know, unfortunately, it doesn't matter what commodity you're talking about. You can't simply expose it to the market and then hope that you're going to get the price that you want. You have to start to build relationships with your customer to understand more clearly what they're looking for. Because whether it's a specialty market or whether it's the market generally, quality is a key component. So, you know, the opportunity is there and Uganda has the ability to deliver that. I think it is about taking some of the issues that have been talked about before and making sure they're not the exception, but they are the rule. And then I think, you know, we start to see no real barriers in Uganda improving its flow of coffee into the UK. At the end of the day, I think we're very clear. The UK imports coffee from around about 50 different countries. We want to keep importing coffee from that number of countries. We don't want to drop anybody off. It's not to our advantage to see that diversity of supply diminish at all. So, you know, we need to keep all of our origins producing and delivering into the UK.
Thank you, Paul. I'm sure the government team is happy to note that coffee produced roasted at origin still came with its quality integrity. And that could be a huge opportunity for us. We know that our President Museveni, has been promoting and asking coffee exporters to add value at origin. So I'm glad to hear that there is potential. But we also know that for you to bring roasted coffee into an economy like the UK, there are very serious food safety standards that you have to meet. And this allows me to go to Mrs. Perezi. I know that you've been successful bringing ready-to-consume products into the UK, and I would like to request you to share lessons that we need to focus as a country if we are to continue tapping into the ready-to-consume market in the UK.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I'll look at it from 2 perspectives, as a consumer and a retailer or a distributor of a particular product imported. So, as has been said, quality is key. You know, consumption and customers want to put quality first. But I think what we are failing to understand is the global perspective. You know, we do not live in isolation, whether we are importing coffee from Uganda, you're growing coffee in Uganda and you want to export it to UK or other global markets. There are other things that are coming into play that every coffee farmer or processor or exporter as a middleman or whatever you want to call them really need to put into perspective. And that is, first and foremost, what are the green skills? We've heard of all these meetings about COP22, COP27, COP28, I don't know where we are now. And there's a big push on sustainability. So the consumer trend now is looking at doing good. And they do not have that opportunity to be the growers, but they want to know that they're consuming a product that is doing good. And so they look at sustainability in 2 concepts. Are you paying your farmers a fair price? That is one. But they're also looking at sustainability in terms of your process and farming methods. And there's one thing that I want to raise, and I think I've raised this before in our previous meetings, is that the lack of green skills and innovation in everything we are doing from any part of, say, for example, third country, Uganda we are talking about today, is a key barrier to accessing new markets. So when you talk about, say, for example, the technology for fermenting coffee, look at the amount of water we use for fermenting coffee. And you're coming into a world where they're going to ask you, tell us how you're using natural resources sustainably. Water is one of them. Energy is another. And human skills is another. So to what extent is your product involving innovation in terms of improving the process methods? And I want to mention one example that I mentioned before. We don't need to ferment coffee using water anymore. There are technologies that exist, like using goji berries. I don't know if somebody has explored that. How do we make your product attractive to the trend of the market that you're looking for? And also there's the issue of what do you do with the waste that comes from your processing of coffee? Big industries or upcycled products are becoming a trend globally. Are we using the waste from coffee to upcycle to produce something so we have a complete circularity of the coffee process? And the consumer is looking at this. They are very knowledgeable. All you need to do is touch a QR code and they have all the information in their hands. So these are some of the barriers, waste management, upcycling, the technologies we are using. And all this is embedded in the fact that we are not allowing producers to be innovative, to come up with solutions that are not necessarily science-driven and knowledge transferred from Europe, which is the market you're trying to compete against, but in empowering the individual smallholder farmers and their processors and everybody along the supply chain to be innovative so that you're coming up with products that are unique. Coffee becomes an ingredient. Coffee is no longer just a beverage. It's an ingredient to medical products. We have mushroom coffee. I brought samples from him with some of these. So coffee can be used innovatively, not just as a beverage. So, but this only comes with science and innovation and how the local universities are building all this in continuous research so that you're coming up with new ideas. Why do you want to do what other people have already done? You're going to break through in the market with new ideas. So use your coffee to come up with new ideas. And I think this is a big barrier. Innovate, come up with new products that people have not had before. It's still coffee, but it's an ingredient and a raw material. It's not just for beverage and other stuff. So shall I stop for them?
Thank you. And allow me now to invite Mr. Otto Cannon to join the panel. Mr. Otto Cannon is a UK representative to the World Sustainability Organization. Okay, thank you. I've been informed that Otto will make a presentation after the panel. But let me go to James. James works with the company that produces machinery and systems for processing, which we know as Africa, as Uganda, aims at increasing products processed at home. It's a huge opportunity. So I would like to request James, first of all, start by talking about briefly the products that you do produce and sell in Uganda or Africa, but then also help us talk about why we have low uptake of processing technology and systems in countries like Uganda and what we can do to change that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so as I said, my name is James. I work for a company called Alvin Blanche. We're a manufacturer of agricultural process machinery. So machinery basically from the post-harvest and processing of the equipment. So increasing the quality and increasing the quality. Increasing the quality of the grains post-harvest after being harvested. So we've been exporting into Africa for the last 40 years, in particular Uganda for that period as well. And because we've been exporting across Africa for so long and into several countries, both in East, West and Southern Africa, we've got that experience of understanding the farmers and how the different environments the different countries have in terms of their agricultural practices. So, for example, in terms of small scale and large scale, we've found that Southern Africa, we've got quite a lot of more large commercial farmers with lower human input and more mechanization, whereas countries in your West Africa and countries in East Africa like Uganda, there's a lot more human input and less mechanization. And as a result, sometimes there is an issue of quality that stops the small-scale farmers getting the best value from their products. So in terms of why there's been such low uptake, sometimes one is education. Because in Uganda especially, there's lots of small-scale farmers. The image is that agricultural mechanization equipment is only suitable for the larger scale farmers. So therefore, higher upfront costs. The smaller farmer can't, purchase that sort of equipment and invest into that to help, either increase their production or increase the quality of their products to get higher money for their grains. But from what we've found, that's not necessarily true. Because we, as a company, we have a full range of equipment. So basically, from larger government-style grain storage facilities, all the way down to your small-scale, family-run farm in rural Uganda or rural Africa. So we have the range of equipment and also the range of budgets to suit that sort of, their individual stage of their agricultural, development or as a farmer producer. So I think mainly, it's that sort of education to say that you see these larger mechanization is only geared up for the larger producers, where in actual fact it's not. There's opportunities for the smaller producers to increase their quality, increase their the mechanization for a very relatively low capital cost.
Thank you, James. As a coffee processor, one of the reasons I'm not buying your machines, or any machine for that matter, it's the cost of money. Money in my country, you're talking about 20% and above interest per annum, and that makes it difficult for me as a processor to invest in that kind of technology. That brings me to a question, Honorable Member of Parliament. We've heard about the Trade Frontier Fund that the government is planning to put in place to finance exports. I would like to ask you to share with us, what is that fund about? Who will access it? Can the Ugandans in the diaspora come and access it? So kindly share with us more about the Trade Frontier Fund.
Well, I may say, first and foremost, let me talk about coffee, if I'm talking about that fund. I don't recall that we have a coffee fund for exporting. What I know, those who are exporting coffee, they borrow money from the financial institutions, including banks, at commercial rates. And they can be facilitated in different ways. But when it comes to the general trend of what we are talking about, the fund, yes, the idea was floated and adopted. And I think about $10 million was put aside. What is waiting for now is the guidelines on how to implement it. So that goes ahead to answer your question of who should access that will qualify according to the regulations, which are not yet finalized.
Thank you, Honorable. You've talked about the availability of finance in the local banks, and Honorable, we are borrowing at 20-24%, or if I am lucky to borrow from the government bank, UDB, at 12%. You also know, if we speak about coffee, that 80% of coffee in Uganda is bought and exported by multinationals. These multinationals are borrowing money at 4% or even below that in their domicile economies. So you have 80% of the coffee purchased with money that is very affordable. We are buying coffee from the same farmer. We are exporting coffee to the same market-controlled pricing. How do you expect us, as Ugandan investors, to succeed within such an economy?
I think you have raised a very pertinent question and which needs our putting heads together. And that's why I'm saying the idea of the fund was floated, adopted, and a certain figure of about $10 million was put aside. What has been remaining now is the guidelines. I think we need to facilitate that so that we can assist the local exporter, producer to compete with others who will be borrowing money at a lesser interest rate from other countries.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go to Paul. You heard the Commissioner General of URA talking about the priority sectors that attract incentives. And top among them, it's agro-processing. Also, the President of the country has been convincing all of us to stop exporting green and producing, adding value in our country, well knowing, and we agree with him, that will create jobs. It will also increase the value when you think of price per kilo. Now, to you, as a member of the British Association in a consuming country, I'm just putting a straight question to you. Is it feasible? What do the market, what is the market demanding?
Is it feasible? Yes. I think the question then is at what scale? A lot of roasters roast near the point of consumption because they can A, maintain the quality, and B, they can reduce the sort of the time between roasting and point of consumption, again coming back to quality. I think certainly when you look at other sectors, and I have only relatively recently come into coffee. I've spent most of my life in other parts of agriculture. When you look at other sectors, the successful ones are where they are operated in conjunction with a partner. Now, that partner may be a UK-based company, maybe an EU-based company, maybe a US-based company. I think there are opportunities there to look at how you can work with a partner who is then satisfied that you are delivering to the specification that both they want and their customers want. But I think, what you can't lose sight on in all of this, certainly from a UK market, is if you're looking at the products that are eventually going into the multiple retail sector, then that multiple retailer has a very close eye on the sort of quality and has great expectations, and their expectations are largely met by maintaining that sort of quality control where, essentially where they can see it. So it is possible, but I think people need to have a clear understanding of why they are doing it, what their ultimate aim is, what their market is, what else they're doing to ensure that they can meet all of the parameters that market is looking for. I think the other point, of course, is, the UK consumption per head of coffee is around about 2 kilos a year. It is well below the European average, but it's probably double the Ugandan coffee consumption. So, for a lot of origin countries, the other question is how do you improve the value by essentially improving the size of the market in your own country as well. So I think that is another part of the discussion about generating value and keeping it within the country.
Thank you, Paul. The opportunity on partnership is very interesting, and before we close the panel discussion, I'll be requesting one of the roasters called Master Roasters in the UK to comment about such opportunities. But also, as Ugandans who are doing business in the UK, you're now hearing about these opportunities for partnership. Allow me to go back to James. James, we would like to see an increase in the reach of the extensive product range that you have or other processors that have. We would like your advice, given your experience in the Africa market, especially to our government, to our MPs, to our business community. What should we be focusing on?
Yes, thank you. So, as I said a minute ago, because we've got such an extensive range of equipment from your large-scale government-style silo facilities all the way down to your smaller local, farmers, it's important, especially at the lower range of, equipment sizes and small-scale farmers, is to allow them to operate on a wide range of crops. Half the year they might do maize, half the year they might do sorghum or beans. So it's important that the equipment provided to them is not just suitable for one crop, but you've got a variety of different options they can use, and that allows more options for them. And also allows them to use the machine more often. So you're not just using it for one season of the year; you're maximising the output of the equipment and getting your money's worth as well for the farmer. And also because of the equipment that we provided, or have provided in Uganda and East Africa, because you've got that local support as well, we can provide that education to the farmers. If they've only produced maize before, our engineers in the country can show them how they can adapt the machines and how calibrate them to work with beans, for example, to help them educate and get more value out of their products as well. Okay, and because we've got so many different, styles of system in Uganda, there is that ability to, take one farmer group to that particular small-scale group, or that sort of medium-sized farmer group to the larger facility, to see where they could, in 5 years' time, they could be going from their medium-sized production facility all the way up to more a larger silo facility. So there is scope of opportunity for expansion of farmers in Uganda.
Thank you, James. Last question to Mrs. Perezi. It's about pricing. So for coffee farmers in Uganda, we are very fortunate in an unfortunate way. The Ugandan coffee gets paid about 80, sometimes 90% of the FOB price. So the trader, the exporter, transporter is only sharing about 20 to 10%. Now, unfortunately, this is a high portion of a very low price when you compare to the coffee prices in Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi. Now, my question to you, Perezi, it's how can our agriculture sector improve its positioning so that we start attracting prices that can make agriculture profitable and viable for smallholder farmers?
If you're talking agriculture in general, I would assume you're talking about all agricultural produce.
That's good.
That's a tough one because every product has its own, I would say, post-harvest handling technologies. It's got different people along the supply chain. But if I was to talk blanketly, just trying to get products into other markets, a lot of it has already been talked about here today. You start from processing equipment that are certified. The farmers or the processors are trained to use those equipment. So they are not just operators of the machine, but they're also technicians. So they can work with the manufacturers of the machine to modify them to their suitability, for their different products. And then you're talking about supply chain management, where the whole supply chain understand that they will only exist and succeed as a chain, as it says. So individuals, because what I've seen a lot of people when they come to promote different products like coffee, everybody is trying to push their brand individually. So at some point we're talking about Uganda Coffee, and then we'll be talking about some coffee, maybe Gorilla Coffee or another coffee. And so every brand is pushing into this market with very limited resources for marketing. So at some point, all the coffee growers and all the other different producers would have to come together to collaborate and agree that we are going to have one message to enter into the market. And so they begin to empower themselves, to align themselves to be a force into the market they're coming into. And then I've talked also about managing the processing and quality control. A lot of people and a lot of farmers or a lot of people who are trying to export assume that testing in the laboratory is what defines quality. Actually, the quality starts from farming, all the way on the handling until you process, you package, and in whatever form that your consumer or your buyer wants it. So market knowledge is also important. So you start from one end, what does the market want? What can we produce, and in between here? And in this way, then you're going to be able to control and manage prices. Because at this moment in time, even with export costs and all the wars and the problems, it's almost impossible to predict what your prices are going to be. Because the movement of goods has become almost unpredictable. We have the issue of energy and petrol and production. So the world in itself has become unpredictable, but you want to be able to manage your prices so that you can compete. And this will require collaboration and understanding of the market, the production, and the whole process so that you are able to manage your costs.
Thank you.
And active working, as I said before, I keep defining this and I keep insisting that involvement of the local academic is really important. Because when you talk about simple things like even supply management, leave alone technology and innovation, you need the input of the academic sector to enable them to do things differently, reskill themselves and do things differently.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we take the questions, I would like to alert the Commissioner General of URA. You provide a lot of incentives for people who come to invest in Uganda. Every year, a small company spends 100,000 marketing Ugandan products outside Uganda. So as they ask questions, I would like you to comment and tell us the incentives that you provide for us who go and spend to market Uganda, just after the two, three questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Kavuma. A few years ago, Uganda left the ICO, I think in protest. Has that been in vain, or has there been any progress due to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And that Honorable will take that question.
When finished.
Please take three more.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. My name is Linda Bond. I'm from Uganda, Jumani. I have a farm actually in Jumani, and I assume I'm one of the first people who bought threshing equipment, crop thresher from Alvin Blanc. And we have been in progress since 2014. We invested quite a bit, tried to mechanize and other things. But my question is, one is about VAT, because we paid quite a lot of VAT when we imported equipment to Uganda, like a low bed pickup that would work in the farm. Of course, we didn't pay for tractors and caterpillars to clear the land. But because we're here, I'm just asking a question as to how, because we are training people in Ajumani. We have a farm, we are growing rice, maize, and we are actually threshing the maize on the farm. But we are just asking a question how the government can actually point us to the right place and how we can link with Alvin Blanc and also promote the farming there. And the second thing is about how can we claim back our VAT that will go to URN. We paid quite a hefty amount because I know probably there's no self-assessment or VAT returns or something like that. I would like to understand more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
I think mine will go to the British Coffee Association. A simple Google search will show you that Switzerland is a major coffee exporter. I don't think they have any farms in Switzerland. And in Uganda, some of the big players are, companies like Volcafe or Sukafina, who have spent $10, $20 million to invest in Uganda, buy the coffee, process it, grade it, and then export. Would it be possible that some of the coffee that is finding its way into Britain is actually exported by Switzerland, but originating from Uganda? Thank you.
And it just occurred to me that us leaving ICO, the best person to respond is the buyer. Is it a problem if we are not members of ICO?
I'm just trying to determine how honest I should be in giving this answer. I mean, from my own point of view, I think all coffee producing countries should be in ICO and helping to push change. I appreciate that ICO has sometimes been likened to the proverbial oil tanker. It takes an awful long time for it to turn around. I think my experience of certainly parts of ICO in the last 18 months have suggested that some of the criticisms that have been aimed of it are being tackled, and we are seeing a more proactive organisation than we have in the past. And I think there are certainly desires within ICO to go further and to do more. Clearly, it has to manage the expectations of the rest of its membership, which are obviously all of the countries. So I don't think it has been in vain. It may be that some of the issues that Uganda raised have actually been dealt with and would have been dealt with anyway, potentially. But I would certainly much prefer to see Uganda coming back into ICO as soon as possible. I may as well pick up the Swiss question as well while I'm here. Yeah, an awful lot of coffee goes through Switzerland, not physically, but certainly on paper. And a lot of the companies that are based there, in grains, in oilseeds, Geneva, Switzerland is a central hub for some of the big trading houses in the world for a lot of commodities. So in answer to your question, yes, it is. I think it's inevitable that some of the coffee from Uganda is essentially, certainly from a paper point of view, moving through, and those figures have increased again in the last few years. But it's a paper chase. Yeah, I agree with you. There are not many coffee farmers in Switzerland that I'm aware of.
I just want to supplement.
Yeah, thank you.
On what you
and
say.
as you supplement, talk about. You've been telling us that UCDA is going to the ministry, so it's also linked to ICO. Everything is coming out of everything.
You know what is very interesting? That when we liberalized the economy, we went wholesale. And we not put limits and stringency to particular countries on how we are going to liberalize the economy on different products. Now, coming back to what he was saying about Switzerland looking to be one of the great producers, I'll give you a very simple scenario related to coffee. I happen to be on the committee of COSASA in Uganda. We went to Mombasa and visited all the stores of tea. And you know very well that Uganda has got the best tea products. We were so shocked that even the tea that was coming from Uganda was bagged and labeled sister countries, ready for exportation. So when I hear that Switzerland can export something that it has got from Uganda, it is possible until we come with new technologies to limit that. I'm not saying that it is saying so, but it is possible. Now, coming to the question that you have asked me, which is a bit tricky and interesting. When my colleague Madam was talking about coffee, and you are saying that we should look at coffee as a global perspective, not only as a beverage, but as a product can be used in different items. When you look at use CDA being in the Ministry of Agriculture and being streamlined, first and foremost, the current law gives the mandate to use CDA to be the only regulator of quality coffee in the country. But at the same time, the government has got the right to change the current law. And according to the government, when it was talking of merging different entities, not only UCDA, it was looking about reducing the cost and avoiding duplication. But here is the trick. UCDA is concerned about the quality. And in order to merge it or to streamline it, you need to repeal the law first. That is also another process. So my question, to answer you, the answer is yes and no. If it is being streamlined and you maintain the quality and the motivation of the human resource, and you achieve what you want to achieve at the international market, then streamlining will not have a problem. But if it is going to be streamlined and be embedded within the ministry with a lot of other assignments, it may lose the quality that we need.
Thank you. The government chief whip is here. you're hearing they want us to do better. It's not the time for us to compromise even where we are. We had Matthew Mills from Master Roasters. There was a question about Switzerland, getting coffee from there. Why do we see roasters preferring to get coffee from re-exporting countries and not directly from producing countries?
Hi, good afternoon. I don't really think this is an issue or a problem because your export registration numbers from Uganda straight to the UK remain clean either way. It's just a financial transaction between a head office in Switzerland. The physical transportation comes straight into the UK, so it's not a re-export. So I don't think that really confuses the number at all.
Okay, thank you. So that we shouldn't be worried that Ugandan coffee is coming through a Swiss company. We hope that the price that the UK buyer is paying to the Swiss buyer who is buying coffee from Uganda is still favoring the Ugandan producer. Commissioner General, as the last comment.
Thank you very much. First question was on the branding company that is doing a great job for Uganda. What benefit? One, I've already mentioned the benefits that every company will take advantage of, whether they are doing branding or any other thing. We'll allow all your expenses and will not charge you where you've not earned an income for a period. However, depending on the platforms and channels you are using to brand, there are some exemptions under ICT, and that is not to advise you to make yourself ICT if you're not. But I know that some of the companies that are using ICT platforms can get further exemptions under that channel. So we could look at your business model, see the channels you're using, and advise you on what else you can take advantage of. But even without being more ICT inclined, you can take advantage of the general benefit. And we definitely appreciate the branding because the beauty and the potential of our nation, the beauty and the potential of our nation is great. What is missing is selling out this information to the public. I started here about 20 years ago, and I remember every time I walked into somebody and in an exchange I mentioned I'm from Uganda, the only brand they knew about Uganda then was Idi Amin. Is he still alive? Now some people have stayed in that historical hangover. Idi Amin has since gone to be with the Lord or wherever he could have gone. Uganda has been on a very positive trajectory, and it is one of the most favorable investment destinations. So keep up the good job. Now there was a question on VAT refund, and I will get more if I miss or I didn't get, but if the issue is a delayed refund, it could be for one or two reasons. One of the reasons is before we refund, we are required by the law to do an audit. So I would like to hear from you, has an audit been done on your company? If it has been done and the refund has not come through, then that is some delay on our part, which can also be caused by either insufficient, because we have a limited refund budget. But as we improve the accuracy of our ledgers, the refunds will be more automatic. So I will pick from you, my sister, the issue, and I'll look at your specific company and we'll be able to make good your refund. It is your right. VAT is a consumer tax. You collect, you pay, and the difference is what you pay. So you collect and you spend, the difference is what you pay. So if you have collected less and paid more, it is your right to be refunded, and I'll gladly look at your case and give you a feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Lastly, for the Ugandans based here who would like to invest in coffee, there is an opportunity now in the country where the government is providing, will contribute 30% of your costs. If you have 10 to 20 acres of land that you're willing to grow coffee, above 20 acres, you will get 40%. This opportunity runs, I think applications are due end of this month. So please, if you're Ugandan and you have some land in Uganda, make sure you go and invest in coffee production. Please join me to thank our panel this afternoon for sharing with us. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we're looking at what the future holds. How we can survive when it is that we're not able to work anymore, beyond our working age. How do we look back and feel satisfied rather than feeling that we're kind of disappointed? When you go to many countries, especially from our part, there's always the formal sector where the government policies and everything provide for social security. What about the many that are in the informal sector? What is happening? The National Social Security Fund is headed by Dr. Peter Kimbowa. Now this is a man of many colors. He's asked me not to do something, but I'm trying to be very obedient and obedient young son of his. Doctor, thank you for coming, first of all. Doctor is the board chairman of the NSSF. He is a board member, Private Sector Foundation. He is a board member of the Jubilee Alliance. He is a board member of ESCOM Uganda. He is with the Trade and Investment Advisory of Uganda. He advises the Red Cross. He's the chairman, CL Summit, an adjunct faculty member of these universities, Strathmore University, Nairobi, and Lagos Business School, Sustainability Center. I know my brother works closely with you, and also of the University of Cape Town. Now, if I have to read, I have to spend another 15 minutes. But this is a man of many colors, experience, and of course, rich culture coming from the Republic of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Peter Kimbowa. Thank you, Doctor. Maybe I'll be my good self and not ask questions, but I ask you to do a straight presentation as to what you need us to know and hear about.
Thanks very much, Facilitator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about retirement, but we all know that, retirement is a human concept. Organs or organisms that have been created do not retire. I'm almost certain that none of you has ever seen a snake that retired or a lion that is in retirement. So what the NSSF is doing is to recognize that when you work and time comes when you have to move on, it's actually called career transition. You are moving from one activity to another until you die. But we also recognize that the time we spend in a formal employment is shorter than the time we spend outside. And that requires planning. Proper planning prevents poor performance. We also recognize that if you don't have a plan for the future will have a plan for you. And that's quite tough, especially if you are left at the hands of the future. We also recognize that when you reach age 50, it's the law of nature and the will of God that we shall grow and grow old and eventually die. So when you reach age 50, the human body by nature becomes a battleground for non-communicable diseases. That means, therefore, that from age 50, your body becomes a battleground for things like diabetes, the things like gout, things like high blood pressure, and so on and so forth. The same human being. Those of you who are above 50 who are here, you are moving battlegrounds right now. There's coffee, there are all kinds of things. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about money which is needed to show you through that period of your life. And you retire happily, but you also pass on in this world decently. I am representing the National Social Security Fund of Uganda. This is the largest fund by assets under management. It's the biggest in East and Central Africa. As testimony of this, Uganda has been selected, NSSF in other words, has been selected as the liaison office for the International Association of all Social Security entities. So Uganda is in charge of 13 countries. NSSF has had phenomenal growth. What NSSF has been able to achieve is to move from approximately 1.5, I don't want to use the trillion, but we have moved from $1 billion US within the last 10 years to a fund of approximately $6 billion US. Our 2030 strategy is to move the fund to 12 billion US. Now, some of you are going to ask, isn't that ambitious? No, it's not. In the age of technology, no. I was just looking at the example of India yesterday. In 1947, when India got independence, it had 30 billion US dollars in 1947. Now, by 2007, India's entire GDP had moved from 30 billion to 1 trillion US dollars. Now, from 2007 to 2014, India's GDP had moved to 4 trillion US dollars. Now, this is almost leapfrogging. From 2014 to 2021-22, India's economy is moving the GDP to approximately 7 trillion. This is a wonder. On account of what? On account of two things. Number one, technology. Technology can cause leapfrogging. India, during COVID, a Prime Minister Modi, we were told, had to distribute money to 200 million Indians using the platform which is called UPI. India was able to reach all the 200 million Indians with 1,000 rupees within exactly 6 hours. Now, how do we do it in the fund? We have grown to a fund of 6.5 billion US dollars. We intend to make it to 12 billion. So our ambition, number one, is growth in terms of the fund. Number two is to maintain what you call a frictionless relationship with the servers. And how do we do this? Because we are measuring. Right now, we are growing the fund, but also our rating in terms of our connection with the members is approximately 84%. In terms of the turnaround time, we have got about 3 segments of our payouts. We've got the payout at age 55. We've got also the payout which is called mid-term access. When you reach age 45, you can access 25% of your savings. Now we have got more. We have got what you call the voluntary scheme. So the Ugandans in diaspora can save with the fund. Why? Because the fund is growing at a phenomenal level. So we used to spend approximately 3 weeks to process benefits. We are now spending 9 days. Before 2025, we shall be taking exactly 1 day. Why? There is also leapfrogging in the process, in the turnaround time. Then we have got staff. We have got possibly the highest concentration of intellectual power of any public entity in the country. In NSSF, the biggest key skill is to be internationally certified in terms of finance and investment. In Uganda, we have a total of 40 internationally certified financial and investment analysts, a total of 40. NSSF has got 15 of them. NSSF, like Amazon, NSSF, like Alphabet, Microsoft, just like Safaricom or Equitable Group, the biggest in East Africa, and pretty much the ones in West Africa. To have a degree from the university is not necessarily a requirement for a serious job. What is required is a team of talented people who have imagination. When you come for the interview in the fund, and I want to assure the Ugandans in diaspora, and even those who are not Ugandans to invest in the fund, is that the question is only, they're about just 3 questions. What is it that you see as a challenge in the fund? So take us through what you see, and that's the future. The second one is, what are your solutions? Around the 4 pillars: how we are going to grow revenue, the fund, how we are going to make sure that we have got connectivity to the member, and the third is frictionless service, and the fourth is staff satisfaction. So tell us the challenges, what we don't see right now. Give us your solutions. More importantly, tell us the impact. So the impact really is creating more opportunities for the servers, impacting communities, and also ensuring that livelihoods improve for the servers. So you die while you are still in action, because really being broke is the same as dying. When you are broke, burial has been delayed, but death has occurred. So you die, but burial can take place later on. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the fund forward, like I've already explained, we are going to rely a lot more on what we call tech-driven data platforms. We are relying on technology to ensure connectivity, to ensure convergence and consolidation of benefits. So it's technology number one. NSSF is becoming a technology company. That's why we are talking about leapfrogging, and we have evidence of that. The country, rather NSSF, has undergone the most rigorous international due diligence. I think the nice thing is the IGG is here. The IGG has just finished with us, but there's also been the international due diligence. And the NSSF was selected among 14 countries to be the center of the social security. So in terms of that, we're probably not doing badly. Technology. So we are reshaping the investment portfolio of NSSF to create broad-based value, to be able to deliver value to savers much more than they expect. Our job is to surprise them. The second one is the savers, creating willingness and capacity of the savers. So how do we create willingness? We create willingness by ensuring that we roll out new activities and also new products. Right now, we have a number of parliamentarians present here, and we have requested that we can broaden our portfolio beyond real estate, beyond equities and government security. We can do more. Uganda is building infrastructure. There is one of the best road networks in Uganda, which is called the Entebbe Express Highway. Okay, money to build that was borrowed. NSSF had all the funds. And the return on investment is much higher than the traditional infrastructure projects as we know them. We have got another highway, which is Kampala-Jinja Highway. We're going to do that. So there are funds that can be invested in our major infrastructure projects at minimum cost for purpose of the growth of the country. So savers, we are building willingness. We are also building capacity. We are moving into the value chain. Uganda has one of the major transformation models, game changer, called the Parish Development Model. So we are going into agricultural value chains. And the agricultural value chain is going to be as comprehensive and as exhaustive as possible. We are going to start with the lowest farmer with a quarter of an acre, and we are looking at grain first and foremost. We are looking at maize, beans, peas, sorghum, rice, and millet. So what are we doing? The farmer at the lowest level, his biggest problem is access to capital, access to money, and markets. So there's been a lot of fragmentation in terms and price distortion. So that's what we are answering the farmer at the lowest level. Now, we want that farmer to respond to a farmer who has a slightly bigger acreage. And that farmer takes charge of all the other small farmers, 100 of them, giving them advice, giving them materials, giving them fertilizers, and so on. So we are seeing increase in production, productivity, and processing, value addition in agriculture. That's what we're going to see. Now, most of you are aware, especially the Africans who are here, that when COVID broke out, you were on your own. I do remember that in Uganda, we would sit by the television and wait for the president. And what the president would say, the president of Uganda made an announcement which was very interesting. I'm not very sure that the president of Uganda knew that he was making a revolutionary statement. He said that all Ugandans with essential skills will be given permission to move. Ugandans without essential skills will stay home. What does that mean? That right now the future is about what is essential. We were left on our own in Africa. This is the time for us to mobilize domestic capital and use a phenomenally growing organization to save money. NSSF has never made laws. We simply double and double our own profit, our own dividends. So we through agriculture, and that's the only thing Uganda has. I wouldn't like some good expert to tell me that we have got oil and gas. No. Uganda's future and recovery process and transformation is going to hinge on agriculture. So the more production, the more value addition, the better, right from the lowest level, bottom-up approach. And each farmer becomes a member of the fund. And each farmer who is a member of the fund, we have social protection. We have insurance covering that farmer. Right now, the overall coverage of insurance in Uganda, my friend, the insurer, will tell you, is probably less than 2%. Our coverage of social security in Uganda is 10%. We are driving that to 50% by year 2030. 50% of Ugandans will be covered in insurance. Why? Because we can reach them. We are taking on a new platform which is called UPI that will enable us, any farmer within the new value chain, to be registered. And that's why I talked about data, that we are going to mine data and we are going to enable our savers capacity and willingness to save. I do know from Africa that physical assets are very important. Your grandfather left you the land, you need to have it, including cows. Cows. You need to wake up and look at the cows. You need to wake up and look at the land your father. But you see, it's one thing to be rich and, to have assets. You are asset rich and cash poor. That's what NSSF is responding to. So you can move from physical assets to liquid assets. There are some Ugandans here in diaspora. You can go home with the scattered land and so on. You could liquidate it and come to the fund because we have created a new product. And you keep your money there as a family pot of gold. And every month, we give you a liquidity number. So you don't have to feel so proud about the land you have got scattered around the country when you are in diaspora. And nobody is even looking at it, including your children. They will not. When you talk about creating willingness, we are talking about mindset change. That how can we move from taking wonderful pleasure and comfort because we have got idle assets. So we can convert it to liquid assets and make money for as long as you live, because when you die, that will be it. So, ladies and gentlemen, NSSF has got a long narrative. We have the best houses. My colleagues, there's a lady called Janet downstairs. NSSF has built Cape Town in Uganda in terms of residential areas. And if you can't afford, that's okay. But there are individuals who can afford. And one other thing, NSSF does not compromise on quality. No, we can't compromise on that. That's why we are becoming an internationally certified social security fund. That's why we are growing at the level we are growing. We have got the best and biggest building in Uganda. It's called the Pension Towers. With the I think they could become 3 helipads on that building. So there's growth, phenomenal growth, and we are not rolling back. We are not at all. Ugandans, it's pointless for you to be cynical about your country. And that is also Africans about Africa. No one has a solution for Africa. Africa, you are on your own. So the earlier we move towards mobilization of capital, the better. I close with this quotation. Faith is believing that something will happen. Hope is wishing that something happens. Courage is making something happen. Let's make something happen. Thank you.
Let's make something happen. Thank you very much. Dr. Peter Kimboa, Board Chairman of the National Social Security Fund.
Okay, let me hand over to, we start with the boss, then the rest will follow.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Parliament of Uganda, here represented by members of Parliament under the leadership of the Deputy Speaker, we would wish to make this session an interactive one to get feedback from you in terms of policies, in terms of laws that we have in place in Uganda. I would be more than willing to provide points of clarity on some of the areas. For those who have invested in Uganda, you have tested some of our policies, you have tested some of our laws. What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? What proposals would you want to draw to the attention of the Parliament of Uganda in terms of causing amendments to the existing laws and policies? So as parliamentarians, we would wish to get more of feedback and make it an interactive session. We are here to respond to more or less all points of clarity on laws passed by Parliament of Uganda. You are all aware that the Republic of Uganda is credited for having one of the best laws globally and in the continent of Africa. Now, for those who have tested our laws, we are here to get feedback from you. My name is Obua Dennis Amson, a Member of Parliament and also Government Chief Whip of the Republic of Uganda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martin Muzale, a Member of Parliament. I want to begin by thanking the Chief Whip, who is actually currently our lead team. As he has said it, we are here to clarify on a few aspects of your contention and also to give you information regarding our legislative arm. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Businge Harriet Mugenyi Akiki once again. I represent the people of Hoima district. When they were talking about the oil, the airport, the refinery, that is where I belong, and it is the community I represent. But basically here, personally, I want to look at how we can play into politics. We, as people in the diaspora, how do we take part? Because automatically the political climate affects how we invest and what we invest. I thank you.
Thanks very much. And I want to thank the Chief Whip and the initiator of this important forum. I'm called Charles Bakablindi. We are talking about investment. We are talking about how we can attract foreign and those who are coming back home. And when we talk about investment, we are talking about factors of production, labor, capital, and land. Of course, you are very much welcome to Uganda. Land for investment is available. And I've been hearing people talking, are your laws good? Are they employer friendly, investor friendly? Are they friendly to the employees? I can tell you Uganda is unique. When it comes to labor laws, the workers are represented. The employers are represented. And the government is represented. So all those concerned with that, we are in position to explain to you. Once again, you are very much welcome to our Uganda for investment.
Thank you so much. Our boss, the government chief whip. My name is Sylvia Nayevale. I'm a member of parliament from Gomba, but also I sit on the Committee of Trade and Tourism with much passion on tourism. When you talk about Uganda, definitely everyone knows it's the Pearl of Africa. And Uganda is a country to go to or to visit if you haven't visited. It's a home. Like one of the panelists said here, one thing he likes about Uganda is the welcoming smile. One thing he likes about Uganda is the climate. One thing he likes about Uganda are the good futures. And Uganda is a home of one of the most endangered species. Those who have read, Uganda has the most birds. 11% of the country's birds are in Uganda. So when it comes to tourism, Uganda is #1.
Hi, my name's Carrie Gower. I'm an agronomist. And I wanted to ask, since agriculture forms such a huge part of export for Uganda, but 41% of the soils are degraded, 12% are seriously degraded, what is the government doing to educate rural farmers on sustainable agricultural practices that means that that's going to support the agricultural development going into the future?
Thank you so much. On the issue of sustainable agriculture reforms, what we can tell you is that we've come up with the reforms in agriculture, especially 1, mechanized agriculture. 2, we are looking at how to improve on our seeds. We have institutions like NADS, we have institutions like NARO. All those are doing research intended to improve on our quality of seeds and improving on the agriculture. If you go back to Uganda, you can read about NARO. It is majorly to do research on seeds. NADS is basically to see that agricultural reforms, new mechanized agricultural reforms are practiced in Uganda. So all these are basically intended to see that we improve our agriculture sector.
Okay, on the same, just supplement on what Honorable has just said, we know that land is very, very critical when it comes to agriculture. Automatically, Uganda is blessed to have very good soils, but we use the land to cultivate. What our country is doing is to make sure that our people are stable on their lands. We have laws in place to make sure that there is equitable distribution of land, especially to the weak ones, the weak gender, the weaker gender, the women, because definitely we know that it is the women who do most of the cultivation. You find that the laws in place puts into place that everybody has a right to own land, at least in Uganda, and that has been done illegally to make sure in the confines of the law, all our people can easily access land to be able to cultivate, to be able to practice agriculture. So I believe we are yet there as a country, but everything is being done to make sure that we have equitable accessibility to land ownership and land use.
Maybe if I may just add something little. You know very much that society is dynamic, it's not static. Land is not elastic. The population is increasing. We are now working on the mindset of our people. Initially, traditionally, we are not commercial. But because of these reforms and people wanting to maximize the profits, we are coming with all changes where people have to adopt the new methodologies.
Thank you so much. Maybe just to add a little, she talked about the soils. Government is also focusing on the soil input. It is also focusing on the manufacturing of pesticides and fertilizers to enhance the fertility of soil and to enhance with the farmers.
Earlier in the year, I spent 3 weeks visiting lots of different smallholders across Uganda, and you mentioned narrow and the seed development, but a very concerning thing that I found was that a lot of people didn't understand hybrid seeds. So they were saving seeds from hybrid plants and then experiencing total crop failures. I only spoke to one farmer that understood the difference between open pollinated and hybrid seeds, and that coupled with poor soil management is causing a huge problem. And I struggled to find information on projects that were happening across the country because I was hoping to go and visit and see what was actually being done. So I was interested in how do you access that information? I did email Narrow a few times before I went, but I didn't get a response. So I just found it really difficult to find out what was actually going on, what extension services were available for rural farmers.
Thank you so much. On the issue of data concerning agriculture, my advice to the investors, we have quite a number of organizations, but most critical is Narrow, where you can have all information that has been researched on the various varieties or species in Uganda, soil composition and texture. That's where you can get all this information. Just go to Google, Narrow, you'll get everything that you want about Uganda soils, about Uganda species.
Hello, good afternoon, respected members of Parliament. My question is, what is Uganda doing to improve the skills of its workers? What are the various practical things to adapt them to the changing workplace, especially with regard to the increasing automation and various other things going on around the world? How can Ugandan workers increase their skills? Skills, yes. Skill development.
Thank you. So we have an issue on skills development and a conclusion on Carrie's question on soil and data.
Thanks very much. That's a very interesting questions about improving the skills of its workers.
The microphone closer.
About improving the skills of its workers. Of course, the government has come with a variety of approaches, including vocational institutions, whereby workers of different grades are skilled in the different sectors, and that's the way forward. And this is what has even increased on the production of labor, because we are placing people in the different categories and adding on skills and motivating them to the extent that they're even touring them now so that they can acquire the skills and be self-sustaining. And I think we are moving toward that. Not only that, when you come to the formal organizations like factories, there is regular programs of imparting new skills about the modern technologies that are working. And we as workers, this is something that we are advocating for.
On the issue of skills development, what I want to tell our potential investors here, that Uganda as a country, by the way, we have a big population that is of youths. If you want skilled labor, we have acquired it. What we can tell you is that our boys, our girls have been trained in various skills. Don't be worried in coming to invest in Uganda, because one, there are two things. One, we've got cheap labor and it is quality labor. So we have all the skills in our children, so just come and invest.
Honorable, let's use the word affordable labor. Cheap is a bit...
Okay, just thank you for the correction.
Thank you so much. Like I said, I'm passionate about tourism. I think I'll stand because people are eating, people are engaged. Uganda is known for its game viewing. It has most of the endangered species, the lions, the elephants, the mountain gorillas, and the like. And Uganda hosts most of the birds. 11% of the world birds are in Uganda. When you talk about the rivers, when you talk about the mountains, when you talk about the good foods, when you talk about the climate, everything is good about Uganda. So I had asked them to play a small video for our investors as they come to invest. Tourism is also very pertinent, important for relaxing, for enjoying with family. Please don't get stressed in Uganda. We have a lot more to offer with our tourism.
61.
You could watch a video, please.
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges, located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Rwenzori Mountains, also known as the Mountains of the Moon, are stretched over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. Come and experience Africa's most beautiful alpine area. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors and views are ever-changing. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as the bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, numerous waterfalls, tropical rainforest, mountain lakes, and eternal snow. Culminating at an altitude of 5,109 meters, the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak of the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. This mystical and demanding mountain range is located on the foothills of Queen Elizabeth National Park, one of Africa's most popular game drives, and a few hundred kilometers from the Bwindi impenetrable forest that inhabits the endangered silverback mountain gorillas. Rwenzori Mountains offers trails for all levels of hikers, which range from 1-day to 10-day trips. The shorter trips are not as physically demanding and still showcase the amazing beauty in the art of nature, including rare vegetation, rivers, and numerous waterfalls. This unique biosphere is a true gem that needs to be preserved not only for the many endemic species it contains, but also for the local community which directly benefits and lives from the mountain's gifts. Be ready for the ultimate trekking experience. Come and discover Rwenzori, the Mountains of the Moon located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
So these are some of the allowable expenditures that are allowed within our income tax. Cost of sales, operating expenses, depreciation allowance, industrial building, all of these will be allowed. And very importantly, if you spend on all these and you make no profit, we will not run after you at least up to 7 years without paying tax. Strategic areas, again, I spoke about this earlier. They are listed here: education, manufacturing, transport, hotels and tourism, construction, health and medical care, agriculture, information technology, logistics and warehousing. This is not to say that other areas do not benefit from the exemptions. But for starters, if you're a developer of an industrial park, you pay zero income tax for 10 years. And the conditions for this, I already mentioned, $50 million for non-citizens, and then for the citizens, and depending on where you're investing, 300,000 US dollars, and out of Kampala, just 150,000. So this is a point to note again for Ugandans living in the UK. For all your contacts, please mobilize them to come home and invest, because if you can mobilize the capital and set up an industrial park or a tax-free zone, you can spend 10 years without paying any income tax. The same benefit is extended on those who operate industrial parks, and earlier in the panel discussions you had people who are setting up Namave. Government invests in the infrastructure and you come and operate in an industrial park. For people who are producing for export, up to 80%, again, you are able to get a refund on the materials that you have used to produce for export, because the government is trying to attract foreign exchange through the exports you make. So 80% exports of finished goods and capital goods will also benefit from this exemption on income tax. Non-profit making organizations, when they are working for charity and for the promotion of the well-being of society, they can also qualify for income tax exemption. And of course, if you're a compliant taxpayer, you can also benefit from being on the withholding tax exemption. This means the 6% that you would pay on every import or every transaction can be paid at once when you're filing your return. Rental, I've already explained much about rental. I will not go back. Maybe to add that for non-residents who have rental properties, we withhold a final withholding tax of 15%. So if you're based in the UK, you have a property in Uganda, and you're non-resident in Uganda, and you don't want to go through the hassle of filing returns and so on, there is an option for you. You pay 15% as withholding tax, and also the final payment on that rental property. These are the points I was explaining earlier about the thresholds and the capital investments required. Stamp duty, I've also hinted on this already. You have all your instruments stamp duty free as long as you're investing in these industrial parks or you are a manufacturer in the industrial park. Hospitality, developers, I've also mentioned, if you're setting up a hospital for $5 million, you benefit from the exemption. If you're setting up a hotel for $8 million US dollars, you benefit from this stamp duty exemption. But very importantly is the point that has been made by General, maybe to lower some of these. We will look at it through a recommendation of a policy change. Excise duty is another area where you get an exemption if you're a developer of an industrial park. For all the inputs of developing that, say cement, which pays excise duty, you'll be exempt as long as the mission is to set up such. And this is just a sample of the many industries that are springing up in Uganda. So government gives you land, they give you the incentives of tax exemptions. Yours is to build the infrastructure, and no, they also provide the infrastructure. Yours is to attract investors to come and set up factories. Very, very lucrative area, especially for foreign investors. Customs exemptions, again, I will just rush through them because I had mentioned them earlier. You get exemptions on raw materials of goods for export through a duty drawback. You pay and you claim a refund at the point of export. For local products that we need, like excise bukes, there is not exemption on VAT. Duty remission for some of the strategic industries, like inputs for textiles and garments, you also pay zero rate. So there is duty remission for motor vehicle tires, batteries, and glucose syrup. These are some of the products where you don't have to pay import duties. Vehicles of the tourism sector, I mentioned that earlier, they exempt washing machines and others. The list is not comprehensive, but when you go onto our website, you'll find a very comprehensive list. Briefly about VAT deferment, if you're importing any machinery for use in these industrial parks, you will not have to pay VAT upfront. You can pay it after use. And this is at the East African level. VAT deferment under Chapter 84 and 85 of the East African Community Common External Tariff exempts any importation of material of plant and machinery from import duties, and VAT is deferred. Oil and gas, this is a booming sector, a new sector in our country. And again, for almost everything that touches that sector has an exemption on VAT. We call it deemed VAT. In other words, any input that you're buying for the sector, as long as it is for the sole and exclusive use in this sector, it will be deemed that the VAT was paid, so you do not have to pay it. And that covers machinery, spares, inputs, as long as they are for the use in that sector. Under the ESC, they have been covered under deemed VAT. Now, in addition to all those exemption efforts, there are very specific administrative efforts towards attracting investment. One of them is the one-stop point center that I referred to earlier to make life easier for investors. All of us who are supposed to facilitate setting up for an investor are under one-stop point under the Uganda Investment Authority. You come to us, we will be able to expeditiously handle your issues and help you set up in the shortest possible time. As an organization, URA, we have put most of our services online to make life easy for our investors. So you can file online, you can pay online, you can make your inquiries online. Should you not find enough answers online, you can reach out to us through our client support. We have a touch point, again, where you send your requests and are handled online. And under very exceptional circumstances, if you are still not satisfied, you are still welcome to walk in. We have an open door policy to meet you and listen. Then, of course, we are trying our best to sensitize, and that's the reason I'm here. But even within the country, we are trying to reach out to the citizens to tell them their tax responsibilities and their rights, so that they are not taken advantage of because of the window of not knowing. Should you not be sure about any financial transactions and its implications, we offer free of charge private rulings on any financial or investment transactions that may attract tax. So you want to dispose a building, you may want to know, does capital gains tax apply? Does VAT apply? Write to us, we will guide you, so that by the time you enter into a contract, you know the tax implications. We do that for free, and it is to make sure that we don't jump on our taxpayer when they transacted and did not charge a certain tax because they were not sure it's applicable. Finally, we have a window for settling dispute should for any reason not agree with you on a tax matter. We call it ADR, which is Alternative Dispute Resolution. And this has paid off for some time when we started emphasizing this window and also opened it up to the taxpayers and came up with proper regulations. we've been able to collect money in excess of 2 trillion that was previously held in disputes in the different courts of law, which take money and which take time. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I want to remind you of the strategic sectors of government, which you can come in and invest in anytime, and you pay minimum tax, but you grow your business very quickly because they are very profitable. Commercial agriculture and agro-processing, medical services, education, tourism, oil and gas. Among the many sectors, these have stood out to be very lucrative. Whoever has set up here has not disappointed, and I'm happy there were presenters who confirmed this earlier, like Alvan Blanche and others who were confirming about the lucrativeness of these sectors, but also their experience in our country. And in terms of timing, I think this is the best time for anyone who wants to invest in Uganda, because the tax incentives are in place. The testimonies of those who have invested are here, and I'm sure you can have a one-on-one with those who are already in the country. But also, very importantly, the administrative processes are constantly improving. That is why, as a revenue administrator, I came to join this discussion to tell you that we will not be looking at you for your direct taxes. We will be looking at you for creating employment and creating purchasing power in our economy, and then we'll go for indirect taxes. But also, we are constantly benchmarking and looking at how to improve our services and our offerings to our taxpayers. So I happened to spend 2 days before this conference having discussions with our counterparts from the HMRC. Those of you who pay taxes in this country know how efficient His Majesty Customs and Revenue Service is. So we are looking and trying to learn from the best in terms of reliance on data, in terms of improvement of our services, being more polite. I think the MC earlier referred to that there are some discussions that go on. Maybe some of them in the past may not have been as polite, as smooth as you may have wanted them. But I'm here to assure you that Uganda Revenue Authority is undergoing a serious transformation, one to improve our service offering, to promote transparency and integrity, and also to make sure that we become facilitators of investment rather than just absolute tax collectors, because we know that we will collect more tax by promoting investment. So I thank you again for the opportunity, for everything that I've shared in brief. Because of the small time that I've been allotted, you can find out more from any of these channels. Our first point of reference is our website. If you just log on to that ura.go.ug, you'll find on the first page the detail of all the incentives. The last gazette on incentives was made in 2022. You'll see what is there. If you want to find out any additional information, that is a WhatsApp call. You can go there and chat with us, and we'll give you answers. Just remember to put +256 on every call to Uganda. Sorry, that should have been included there. So +256 and that number as it is. Social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, we are all on those platforms and you can reach us. Touchpoint is working well, emails and those toll-free lines, you can reach us and we share. I thank you very much for listening to me. I thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity, and I'm ready to take any further question that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Commissioner General, thank you so much. In fact, that it's you yourself presenting, we're deeply honored. Members, questions, please. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. It was very enlightening and informative. And I just want to, not a question, but it is just sharing an experience with the URA. Sometimes back, I was doing a lot of business in Uganda, and I ended up with some unpaid taxes, which were going beyond 10 years. So anyway, that was resolved with a very good approach that URA responded with, and it was resolved, the ledger and all that. But actually, I want to give you compliments. The thing is that about 2 years ago, I got a credit note from URA, which was about 8 million, and I didn't know about it. And they did this credit 10 years ago. So, I mean, I can just applaud your integrity. You know, this is amazing, you know, this is really good. So, I haven't taken the credit yet because they said they won't give a cash. Now, can you explain this to me? Because they said they only give a credit for my future taxes, which won't be there because I am a non-resident of Uganda. So that credit will remain with you. Can you account for it? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Any other question while Commissioner General responds to this one? Okay, there's one at the back of the room. Maybe, Commissioner, you can start responding while I walk in the room. So.
That's right. Thank you very much, my brother, for that compliment and the information. Now, your point has made me remember some two areas that I should highlight. For a long time, we've been having an issue of discrepancies in the understanding of our ledgers. How we understand the ledgers is not how our taxpayers understand them. This was as a result of technology, migration, and really something happened and our data was not that accurate. So if you're one of the people who we may have written to you demanding for taxes that were not accurate, we apologize about that. But we set in place a team about 2 years ago to review all ledgers. And it is the effort of that team that has been discovering either ungiven credit or taxes that have been due. So they go through the ledgers, they reconcile, and afterwards, if you have a credit, they inform you. If you owe us, we still inform you, but more firm about what we think you owe the organization. And this team has done a great job, so I'm happy to hear feedback from London. Now, in terms of that unreturned money, we will make ways of transferring it to accounts. We may have, acknowledged that we owe, and we have said you come and pick. Of course, when you have someone who you owe, if they don't pick, you can still use that money for something else. But with this input, let's put a channel for those who are not returning and who can give us an account and we send their money wherever they are. But the second point I wanted to mention, in these laws that have been passed this financial year, there is a waiver of interest and penalty for all those companies and businesses who owe revenue, unpaid revenue, because that has been another area of conflict. You start when you're owing like 100 million in unpaid tax, but because of the passage of time, that money attracts interest and penalties for late payment, and it becomes sometimes unaffordable. So if there is anybody in this room or people you can reach who knows that he owes Uganda Revenue Authority or the government of Uganda unpaid taxes, under the current law, and thanks to our members of parliament, there is a law which is in the Tax Procedures Code, Section 40D. And this section waives all interest and all penalty for taxpayers who are willing to settle their liabilities. So anybody who knows that he owes and there is interest and penalty and maybe it has been a struggle to pay that, please approach us. The problem with this law, it has a short window of up to 31st December this year. So if you are to take advantage of this, please come before 30th December, pay your principal tax, and then the penalty and interest will be waived. Thank you for your point. It reminded me that issue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Question? Hand up.
Thank you, Commissioner. My question is about concessions for hybrid and electric cars for returning residents or returning citizens. Thanks.
If you don't have any question, then okay. When you say returning, is that brand new or used? Okay, just to clarify that because they mentioned something earlier.
Hi, Ray Wilburn, East African Solutions. So our company does some work sometimes opening up supply chains in and out of Uganda, and sometimes our counterparts in Uganda complain that there's sometimes inconsistencies with how things are treated at the border in terms of papers and charges. I was wondering that list that you put up there, is there a resource where it makes clear exactly what's supposed to be presented when things are moving across the border? And if there's a problem, is there like a hotline that somebody can call instead of just having to magic money out of somewhere and pay whatever is being asked for to make something cross the border?
Great question. I like the magic money portion. Commissioner, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for those two very good questions. For returning citizens, there has already been an incentive or a law that enables you to come back home with your vehicle, which you have been using wherever you've been. The only point to take note of, please don't bring one that is older than 15 years because it will not be allowed in. That is now outlawed as contraband. If it is beyond 9 years, you can bring it, but it will pay an environmental levy because it's polluting our environment. In other words, if you have your brand new car or 1 or 2 years old, return with it, it will be received tax-free because you're a returning citizen. That is already in the law and you can take advantage of it. The only distinction is when you drive it or you get it registered, it will be having a red number plate. So wherever you meet it, you'll know this car never paid tax, but it's okay, it will be your car. If you want to sell it to another person, you will have to, that person will have to move it into ordinary number plates and they will have to pay tax. So you have to own it and drive it, it's for your use. Now, if you're planning to bring an electric car or even an electric boda or motorcycle, the new law now has allowed these ones to come in tax-free. This is just to promote the green economy as we discussed earlier. So whether you're a citizen returning or you're an investor, you'll bring these cars or bodas duty-free under the new law. Then the question by Ray of East African Solutions, I've made reference to the exemptions of customs or the law that regulates all custom duties. It is no longer Ugandan law, it is an East African law. So if you go under the IACMA, the East African Community Management Customs Act, and you read the 5th schedule, this is both online and you can find it in print. There's a comprehensive list of items that are tax-free. All items, raw materials for the different countries of East Africa that are considered strategic have been exempted under the 5th schedule. So if you read, you'll find a comprehensive list there. And again, it is your right to ask and get clear questions on the tax you are paying and for what items. So the lines that I showed there, 1, they are toll-free. 2, you'll get a response. The touch point is a very transparent form of communication because when you send your email, right from the Commissioner General to the commissioners and to the last officer, we all have visibility on what you're going through. Utilize these platforms to highlight to us any challenges that you get. Because we are a young institution and we know that we are dealing with some challenges. So when you find people varying positions, maybe their intentions are not very noble. Rise through those platforms and let's deal with it as a question of discipline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just on top of that, let me just give a bit of a reference, and I'm going to plug Private Sector Foundation in this picture. If you remember many years ago, those of you who remember Uganda, we used to have the traders downtown strike very often. They no longer strike for a very interesting reason. Through PSFU, they can get to Commissioner General anytime, right? So all trade issues that have been happening are resolved before they even become an issue. So that's testament that there is a communication channel. But secondly, you can become a member of PSFU and the channel becomes even faster. Anyway, that's a plug. We'll talk later. The Commissioner, we had a question on electric. Does the law cover hybrid vehicles as well? Is that a yes?
Yes, it is. Electric and hybrid.
So if I bring myself a hybrid, it's zero tax.
It is.
Okay. Then the other question I have, Commissioner, in the morning we talked about, I think, the industrial parks. And you talked about the differences if I'm a foreigner investing, the minimum, and then if I have a partnership. Can you just elaborate that one very quickly, because there's something I wanted to build on to.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, and for very quick clarification on the issue of returning citizens, there is one small condition which I should have mentioned, otherwise you run into trouble if you don't fulfill it. You need to have owned this car for at least a year. Okay? So you're a returning citizen, you want to bring your vehicle duty-free, make sure you've owned it and the ownership is evidenced in your logbook for at least 12 months. Anything short of that, you will not get the exemption. And you know the reasons why the law is that strict. So if your friend says, bring me a car and you buy it tomorrow and you put it on the boat, then you won't get that exemption benefit. Now, very quickly, Comrade, you asked a question on
the industrial parks. You mentioned in the morning
on
about the 5
parks.
million and the different.
Just flip back and present that slide. It's one of the beginning slides where there are some requirements. I want to quote them as they are under the law.
While they're bringing back, my vehicle being that from what I saw, my basic, that if somebody partnered with a Ugandan, the minimum requirement would be lower.
That's right. I just wanted to quote the exact figure because for some investments, it's $10 million for a Ugandan, where the foreign investment will pay 50 million, and that is for the industrial park. Please go ahead to the area of incentives. So as they bring up that slide, if you are involved in the development of an industrial park and you are a citizen, your minimum requirement is $10 million in terms of capital investment. The other requirements are 70% of raw materials where they are available. If they are not, you can definitely use imported, and also 70% for employment. Now, if you're, sorry, there is a problem with that. I would quote it from my head then. Then, if you are a citizen and you are involved, please go ahead. Ahead, please. Okay, ahead. Furthermore. Furthermore, there, first stop there. Just step one. Okay. So, minimum investment of $10 million for foreigners and 300,000 for citizens, or 150 again for citizens. Investments up country will make you benefit from the VAT exemption. But if you step behind one slide back, you'll see the income tax requirements. No, further back, there. Okay, so for further back, sorry, back again, further back, sorry. Okay, I seem to be lost in my own slide. But there is another one which requires the investment to be $50 million for a foreigner and $10 million for a citizen. So what does this mean? If you want to take benefit of the citizenship, this is the one I was looking for. Thank you very much. Okay, so for a developer of an industrial park, minimum investment is going to be $50 million. But for a citizen, the minimum investment is 300,000 again and 150 for any East African citizen. So if you want to take advantage of this, you can either register your company as local and you take benefit of this window, but you can also come in on your own. The threshold will be higher. So it really, I think this law is flexible to benefit partnerships like from the UK. If you're a Ugandan citizen and you manage to get a partner here and you convince them to come and set up an industrial park in Uganda, all you need to invest is $300,000 for Kampala, or 150 if it's outside Kampala. And the registration details are legal. I think you have to have a certain share for the company to be considered to be local or for it to be considered foreign. The lawyers will guide you. But this is a window that you can take advantage of through partnering with the locals to have a lower threshold. But if you want to set up an industrial park, big in terms of the factories it can accommodate, then you can as well walk it alone through the $50 million US dollars investment. I don't know if that answers you.
That does. It was a question that I got from the floor earlier.
See, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. As part of the previous panel, we're supposed to have had Otto Cannon, UK representative, World Sustainability Organization. Cannon, we have this window for you to do your presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the UK rep, World Sustainability Organization, Mr. Otto Cannon. A round of applause, please.
I bring you special greetings from my boss, Paulo Bray, who's the founder and executive director of Friends of the Earth, Friends of the Sea, World Sustainability Organization. Before I commence, I want to warmly commend the organizers of this laudable event. In recent years, there's been a fast rise in population across the world and specifically in Uganda. According to the United Nations, we can see from my slides that the current population of Uganda is about 49 million. And when there's a rise in population, there's always an exponential increase in consumption. And consumption affects our land, affects our sea, in our strive for food. So Uganda is blessed with arable land, fertile land for farming, And the statistics show that one of the highest exports out of Uganda is coffee. One of the speakers on the just concluded panel said that on the global scale, Uganda ranks about 8th, 9th of coffee producers and exporters. But from my scale, we see that according to the International Coffee Organization, Uganda is ranked 7th in the world. A round of applause for Uganda for that. That's a big deal. When it comes to coffee production, Uganda is ranked 7th. But you see that with the size of land used to farm coffee and cocoa, on my previous slide, you see that Brazil topped the chart. And with regards to the size of land, Uganda uses far more plots of land to farm coffee and cocoa. Which means that when a large portion of land is used, automatically there will be deforestation. So you see, Brazil produces far more than Uganda in terms of output, in terms of yield, but Uganda uses far more plots of land to farm. On this slide, you see that the yield produced, that's the yield in terms of quantity and quality. Brazil is still far ahead. Brazil and Vietnam, they are far ahead on the scale. Considering that Uganda made it to the top 10 of cocoa and coffee producers, there would still be somewhere around top 10, but this is a chart that shows the top 5. I want us to pay close attention to this slide. I wish I had a pointer, so I'll point specifically on the graphs I'm talking about. But if you pay close attention, you'll see that there's a change in coffee production. And on the first country, which is Brazil, you see that they had a growth. Please, I want us to pay attention because this slide is very important. You see that on the first country, Brazil, there was a rise in coffee production. When you look at the last country on that scale, on that slide, you see that Uganda also had a rise, which is credit to Uganda. We know that, of course, Uganda has set for themselves a goal to increase and improve on their coffee production, and this categorically shows that they are winning on that. When you look at the second line, you see change in coffee harvest area. Brazil reduced the size of land they used to farm. But you see, Uganda increased. So the higher yield Uganda gets in coffee production, it automatically means that they'll use more size of land. And you agree with me that the more the size of land, the more deforestation would occur. I will just quickly run by. According to the National Forest Authority, Uganda has the 3rd highest deforestation rate in the world. Uganda has lost 41.6% of its forest cover. And these are some of the social, economic, and environmental challenges faced by Uganda. Because there's been deforestation, we automatically have loss of biodiversity. Some of the speakers that spoke earlier on talked about the beautiful, vast array of animals, ecosystem, biodiversity. I can see one of the banners, one of the backdrop banners shows the beautiful animals. But when there's deforestation, automatically there will be loss of biodiversity, and we don't want that to happen. There's been soil erosion and degradation of water quality and supply. I will just quickly run by, but there's been a lot of challenges in recent times. There's an initiative to increase yield and reduce environmental impact. I was speaking with one of the exhibitors downstairs, and he talked about eco-friendly fertilizers, organic fertilizers. That is one of the measures to take to increase yield, reduce environment impact, and most importantly, which is one here, is eco-friendly labels, eco labels. So eco labels basically shows that your product and your process, your manufacturing process, is adhering to all the environment standards, adhering to all the production standards. And as much as there are several certifications, some of these certifications and eco labels look out for quality, which is quality control. Some look out for deforestation. Some look out for the kind of fertilizer you use. But ours encompasses all of this. While studying, I realized that Uganda exports 65% of its coffee and cocoa to Europe alone. Most of the Ugandans and the farmers here would agree with me. 65% of Uganda's coffee goes to Europe. And recently, there's been a law. It's big in Europe and America. It's still developing in other parts of the world. But considering that Uganda sells 65% of its coffee and cocoa to Europe, it's very pertinent that Uganda producers and farmers here to eco labels. So the law imposes that any product, any brand that is affecting the forest, that is directly or indirectly leading to deforestation, would not be imported, would not be sold, and if any product of such makes its way into Europe, the producers will be sanctioned. You see that America, which is a gray-colored circle, and Europe, which is a green-colored circle, are very big with this policy right now. Other parts of the world are still following. And there's a lot of these eco-labels. There's several. You see, some are for organic, some for forestry, wildlife, water, CSR, that's corporate social responsibility, some for forestry. But the beautiful thing is that some stand out, some encompasses all of these things. I spoke to some of the producers behind and they say, oh, well, I've got this label already. Someone said he's got a label for quality control and he felt that would cover for it. I told him, no. There's a lot of things to look out for, a lot of benchmarks, a lot of indices, and these are some of the labels that stand out globally. They've been verified, licensed, accredited by the international accreditation bodies and the national accreditation bodies. I'm speaking of friends of the earth. The benefits are numerous. Because of time constraint, I won't really go into that. But I think realizing the fact that our label, our certificate cuts across all the indices, all the benchmark, all the yardsticks that are looked out for, it's very pertinent that every producer, every farmer, every exporter right here present should consider having friends of the earth. All of these are the benefits. I would implore you all to consider it. I will be looking out for your questions. I'll be looking out to talk to you. But one thing I want to leave you all with, which is something my boss is very big on, is the fact that 30% of our budget and profit goes into advocacy, sensitization, conservation projects all over the world. We have multiple projects, Save the Forest, Save the Rhinos, Save the Elephant. That's because we are very concerned, very passionate, very committed to seeing that beyond profit making, this issue of sustainability becomes a lifestyle, becomes a culture. Because a lot of people, since these laws have been made, we should just know that it's what has to be done. And I'll leave you with a phrase my boss always uses. He says, sustainability is not about living with less. It's about living at a balanced level. It's about replacing what we can replace and leaving the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is quite a task to be following the great Dr. Peter Kimbua. I can never top that, so anything I say is going to seem very minor compared to what the distinguished gentleman has shared with us today. And I would like to acknowledge everyone who has attended, from our honorable MPs to the Commissioner General, to the Director of Immigration, and all protocol observed. If you forgive me, just to save some time. I'm here on behalf of MTN Uganda and MTN Mobile Money. We are proudly affiliated with the convention and the establishment that Mr. Willie Muteza has put together over the years that celebrates the camaraderie and the power of togetherness of Ugandans in the diaspora, a very communal trait that we have as a nation and as a people. And I think we also bleed the same at MTN Uganda and MTN Mobile Money. Why are we here? Just to cut to the chase. We provide, as MTN, we provide customers in Uganda a service that is highly scarce compared to where you would have here in the UK or any other Western economy, and which is basically access to financial services. Not many Ugandans have a bank account. Not many can afford to have access to a bank account, as well as benefit from any other services that may come from a traditional financial institution. That's the gap that we as MTN Uganda and MTN Mobile Money are coming in to address. Providing customers with the ability of a digital wallet, which is a mobile money wallet, they're able to then access these services, which would extend from just your usual send money peer-to-peer, but also advanced financial services such as payments, credit, savings, and even investments. We provide that. Why we are here today is because we believe that the partnerships with many of the people and companies in the diaspora feed into that narrative, because there's a lot of money that is remitted back home, and we are a major channel for that. Listed on our billboards, as you see, and all the advertising, we have our partners. I urge you to go to those locations, have a look for yourself, and see what they're all about. They serve millions and millions of customers who want to send or remit money back home. That has always been a challenge from a traditional sense. If you had to walk into a shop or walk into a branch to send money physically back home, you had to carry that money physically, you had to put it in, you had to put in the details. On the other end, the recipient had to do the same thing. They had to walk, probably spend some extra money on the transport to get there, so it actually costed them a lot more money to retrieve the money that was sent to them. With mobile money, that is no longer the case. That money goes directly to the customer's digital wallet, and it is very instant. There are no if, buts, or maybes. As soon as the sender on this side, using the website or the app, says send, in a matter of less than a minute, the amount is credited on the digital wallet at the recipient. Whether that's 2 a.m. in the morning for an emergency, or first thing in the morning if somebody has run out of money to go to work, or whatever it may be. But we provide such an instant, convenient service. And we believe many of the activities that happen in the diaspora, people want to, as the distinguished doctor said, they want to plan for their retirement. We provide a channel for channeling money back to your domestic or your plans back home. They're going with the technology. NSSF is another company that has adopted technology. We are a driver of technology. We believe that partnerships that we have done, not just with NSSF, but even with the banks and also other investment partners, has helped us extend our reach to customers who can actually go back, who can actually send money back home instantly and conveniently. So that is why we're here. We believe we are just another cog in this big machine that moves money back home, that's looking at development, that is also looking at financial inclusion, which is a big mandate of the global sustainable development goals. So that's why we're here, and we are happy to participate in this discussion. Please, if you have a minute today, tomorrow as well, we are in the exhibit hall. As soon as you get in, you just turn to your right. You can't miss us. It's a big yellow sign that says MTN Mobile Money. Thank you for this time, and I thank you for allowing us to be part of this distinguished occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as Oliver will say, we'll ask for more. Next year, we're expecting you on board. Once again, let me remind you that the 14th UK-Uganda Trade and Investment Summit will be happening in the year 2024 on the 6th of September. So if you see the Scan Me in your brochure or anywhere around, scan and register now, because next year we are coming back. At this time, I will call the Honorable Ubua Dennis, Government Chief Whip, Parliament of Uganda, to give us the closing remarks. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
God is good and all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, in your respective capacities, I wish to adopt the morning protocol. To every start, there is an end. To every entry, there is an exit. It is time for us to exit. But before we exit, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the government of the Republic of Uganda and all delegates from the Republic of Uganda, from different ministries, departments and agencies of government, to thank the organizers of the 13th UK-Uganda Investment and Trade Summit 2023 for inviting us to come and discuss, to come and network, to come and widen, to come and deepen, and to come and unlock the barriers to trade and investment. From the morning through to this afternoon, and now this evening, from the different presentations made, from the different interactive sessions that we have had, I am quite confident that if there is anyone who entered this room in the morning doubting the investment climate in Uganda, you have been answered by the different presenters from within and without Uganda. To those who are already doing business and investing in Uganda, I wish to say on behalf of government of Uganda, thank you for coming to Uganda. To the potential investors, to the prospective investors, I wish to make a clarion call to you on behalf of our chief torchbearer and the chief mobilizer on matters of trade and investment. And this is none other than the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, I wish to give you 4 points of assurance. 1, a stable political climate and environment in Uganda for you to come and invest, and we welcome you. Secondly, as alluded here by various presenters and discussants, very, very favorable investment policies and laws that we have put in place. And this is manifested by the fact that the keynote speaker in this 13th convention was none other than the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, who came along with a team of members of Parliament to give you that assurance that even areas where you intend to have the laws amended, we are ready as a Parliament to do that. Assurance number 3, you have the supportive mechanism of our National Development Plan number 3. And I am happy that this is superintended over by the National Planning Authority of the Republic of Uganda. All we are discussing are falling within the framework of our National Development Plan. Finally, the manifesto of the ruling party, and that is the National Resistance Movement, supports trade and investment, and we will continue to support it, especially the manifesto for the period 2021-2026. Finally, the return on investment is assured when you invest in Uganda. With these few words, once again, I salute and congratulate the organizers of this convention. I also wish to appeal to fellow countrymen and women in the diaspora that when we come, we are ready to engage and to be engaged. And for us to engage and be engaged, it is important that we engage ourselves in a formal discussions like the one we have had from morning through the afternoon to this evening. So when we come, feel free. I feel at times unhappy to see the flag of Uganda with some people outside. If you want to engage us, we are here. 360 degrees we can engage even tonight till morning. As long as you have an opportunity, I have an opportunity in a free atmosphere to talk. As Ugandans, our country is bigger than all of us. There is no any better country than Uganda. A country gifted by nature. A country named the Pearl of Africa by none other than the Prime Minister of this great country where we are. So welcome to Uganda. Uganda is our home. We do not have a second choice. Our first choice is Uganda. Our second choice is Uganda. Our third choice is Uganda. If there is an opportunity for a fourth choice, my fourth choice will still be Uganda. God bless you for God and my country. Thank you so much. I now declare the 13th UK. Ladies and gentlemen, by virtue of the authority entrusted upon me as a humble servant to deliver the keynote address and the closing ceremony, I now take the opportunity on your behalf to declare the 13th UK-Uganda Investment and Trade Summit 2023 officially closed and invite you in advance to the 14th convention on the 6th of September here in the city of London. For God and my country, God bless you all.
My name is Daniel O. Superimpound, Executive Director of Cayman Sterling Limited. I had the honor of serving you this day at this convention, and I want to once again invite you the 6th of September 2024 here in the City of London. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And my name is Badrun Tege, obviously a board member of Private Sector Foundation. And it was an honor and pleasure to have you all here. Thank you so much. NSSF, can you join us for the picture? Latima, PSFU, can you come and join us for a picture, please? Mr. Mugabe. Louis, we cannot have a presentation with a picture without you. You're our main host.